How are y'all doing? I now call this special meeting into order this day, Wednesday, January 25th, 2023, for a special meeting regarding charter school renewals. In opening this meeting, I would first like to start our invocation as well as our pledge. The invocation will be led by Madam Vice President, Ms. Carla Powell, and our pledge will be led by School Board Member Cliff Lewis. Ms. Powell.
Let us stand. Please bow your heads. Lord, we thank you for this opportunity to be in this place together and in this space together, oh God. Lord, we ask that you will guide our decisions, that you will guide our comments, that you will lead us, that we will make the right decisions that reflect our needs for our community. Lord, we thank you for blessing everyone who is here and everyone who's on their way. In your Son's name, amen.
Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we'll have a call to order and as well as a roll call. Madam Secretary, please conduct the roll call.
District 2, President Lannis.
Present.
District 3, Vice President Powell.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Kennison.
Present.
District 9, Mr. Martin.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Seeing that all board members are now present, we will now move on to our next item, which will be information only, update from the superintendent. Dr. Cito Narcisse.
Thank you, President Lannis. I wanted to just say a few things before we start this process today. And I also want to make sure that as we continue to do this work, we make sure that we're clear about kids and where we stand on some of these issues. a part of my job is that I have one ultimate obligation as a superintendent, and that's optimizing learning for every child in this district. Adhering to that obligation begins with implementing policies that define criteria to calculate and measure the success of our students. This applies to every school in our district, whether it is a traditional, charter, Montessori. As leaders, we must be able to determine if the students are learning and achieving the expected outcomes that will prepare them for the next level of their lives. We have a wide variety of schools in this school district, a vast assortment of programs, and more opportunities for children than ever before in our district. So this is not a matter of supporting or promoting any type of school. We are not in teams or camps or cliques. Quite simply, this is a matter of providing high-quality education for every type of student. I expect successful schools, full stop. If schools don't demonstrate successful results, we must take practical measures to support their improvement efforts in a reasonable amount of time. Every day, month, or year we wait to correct our inefficiencies represent a precious window of opportunity and time loss. Make no mistake, any time we waste is not ours. It is our children's time, and it can impact their future. After much consideration about making the required recommendations around each of these schools, it has taken us a lot of time to think through, based on the policies that this board have set, to decide whether these schools should be where they are. We are not in the business of encouraging failing schools to continue to fail students in this school district. I cannot stress enough the passion that I hold for the students we serve. They are the reason I've dedicated my life to the mission of education. Every decision I make is alongside and equally dedicated to staff of experts who feel the same obligation to provide the best opportunities possible for the children of this community. I fully support our board in the decisions they make and will ensure that their expectations are met, as I have the utmost confidence in their desires for the best results and the best interests of our students. It is important to me that we talk more about high-quality education regardless of type of schools. All schools that perform with high quality, regardless of whatever type they are, charter, traditional, Montessori, or any of that, if they're performing well, yes, they should be a part of our ecosystem. But if they are not meeting our expectations, we also must make the right decisions to do differently. President Lannis, that is my report.
Thank you, Superintendent Dr. Cedar Ortiz. All right, moving right along, we'll go right into item C, items for consideration. First up, we have basis material charter school contract renewal. And this is a consideration of a request for the initial renewal of the contract for basis material charter school. Can I get a motion? I'm sorry.
So, Mr. Lannis, there is a presentation by the staff. You can decide to take the motion and the presentation, or take the presentation first. It's your decision as
Yes,
chair.
sir. I was going to do the motions first, and then after we got through the motions, I was going to allow the school opportunity to present.
That's fine.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lynch, I'll make a motion to approve the recommendation of the superintendent and grant basis a renewal for 4 years, I believe is the recommendation.
All right, thank you. The motion has been made by School Board Member Patrick Martin. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second made by School Board Member Nathan Russ. Okay. Seeing that we have our motions, first school up will be Basis Material Charter School. You now have the mic for presentation.
Good evening, President Lannis, Superintendent Narcisse, and members of the board. My name is Jared Lamb, and I'm the head of school at Basis Baton Rouge Matera. I'm also here representing two of my colleagues, Shannon Chavez, our Director of Compliance, as well as Deanna Rowe, who's the Executive Director of the Basis Baton Rouge Board. In addition to my two colleagues, I'm also here representing the 800 students and families who choose Basis Baton Rouge Matera as their school. The staff and the faculty at our school has done an incredible job, and having seen the report, we acknowledge that there are some areas needing our attention, and we also have noted some inconsistencies between our understanding of the renewal requirements and what has been presented in the report. We do appreciate Dr. Narcisse's recommendation for a 4-year renewal, and we are committed to better understanding the processes and working with the staff. And in addition, we look forward to the opportunity to continue to provide every student that we currently serve and all of our future students with an excellent education. At this time, we'll be happy to answer any questions. We also have several members here to speak on behalf of the school. Thank you.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We
Thank
appreciate it. Next, we have a presentation by the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. Mr. Brickhouse.
President Lannis, Vice President Powell, Superintendent Narcisse, school board members, faculty and staff, and community stakeholders. Good evening. My name is Arcelius Brickhouse. I am the Chief of Schools here in the East Baton Rouge Parish School System, and I am very excited to have the opportunity to discuss with you our charter schools as we go through the charter school renewal process. With me, I have Ms. Kim Boudreau, who is the Executive Director of Charter Schools in our parish. All right, in looking at the 2022-23 charter renewals, we have several things. We have 4 schools that are up for initial renewal. That includes Basis Matera, Idea Bridge, Idea Innovation, and Merge School for Autism. In addition, we also have one school that's up for subsequent renewal. That will be South Baton Rouge Charter Academy. And looking at how the determinations on initial and subsequent renewals were made, we look at the chart. If you can see, a school that earns an A could receive a minimum of 5 years, a minimum of 5 years renewal. If the school, for whatever reason, meets all expectations in all areas, they could earn an additional 2 years. If they earned meets all or meets most, they could earn a maximum of additional 1 year to the 5-year minimum. If a school earned a B, they could earn an initial 4 years, a minimum of 4 years in the renewal process. If they earn a meets all in all categories, they could earn an additional 2 years maximum. If they earn a meets all or meets most in most categories in all years, they could earn an additional 1 year. If they earn any did not meet all in any category during any year, there will be no additional years added. If a school received a C, then they would also earn only, there would be no additional years. They could only earn a 3-year minimum contract renewal. If a school earned D or F, they were up for non-renewal. According to our statute 1501 and Bulletin 126, it states that at the conclusion of a charter school's 5th year or at the expiration of its charter contract, they no longer can operate a charter. The charter has to be renewed, and it is renewed using standardized test scores that show improvement in the academic performance of students over the term of the charters. In looking at charter policy indicates that we must review all charter schools by using review all charter schools in 3 areas: academic performance, financial performance, and organizational performance. A comprehensive review of documents, a comprehensive collection of documents were reviewed according to the renewal rubric. All schools in their initial contract term, data was collected from each year that the school had been open. In schools in subsequent renewal terms, the data was collected from the year of their prior renewal. All of the schools were looked at, and the criteria that was used to determine whether or not they were met includes meets all, meets does not meet, and meets most. As part of the process, in order to try to ensure as much transparency as possible, East Baton Rouge school system partnered with Hanover Research to certify and synthesize the data as a third-party evaluator. They looked at 2 questions to determine what is the current status of EBR's 6 renewal charter schools in terms of academic, financial, and organizational performance, and also how did the EBR charter schools compare to other charter schools across the system and across the state in academic performance and organizational metrics. And then finally, how do EBR's schools' academic performance vary amongst subgroups? Here is what the Hanover reviewed. Here's what Hanover reviewed, and based on the 2 questions, the data you can see, and based on these 2 questions, the data you see is the result of the data that was collected during this process. And now we're going to start with basis. Of course, Basis Montero, their principal, of course, is Mr. Jared Lamb, who, of course, gave some eloquent comments earlier. Usually I thought I was coming before you, but since you went, thank you. They currently serve kindergarten through 8th grade, and their current enrollment is 804 students. And looking at the metrics for each of the schools, we looked at the metrics from this this lens. If a school earned an A or B and meets all expectations, they met the renewal criteria. If a school earned a C letter grade, they meet or meets most, they received a meets most and earned and meets, and they met the renewal criteria. If a school earned a letter grade of a D or F, they earned a does not meet expectation and does not meet the renewal criteria. This is based on the academic realm. And here's our academic data. If we look at the performance of BASIS, we're looking at their academic grade, as you can see. If you look at 2019, BASIS earned a letter grade of a B with a score of 88.7. Of course, in 2021, they did not receive an actual letter grade, but their score was a 74.9. And then we look at 2022, BASIS had a score of 81.2, which of course was a B. Their assessment score was a 76.3, which also was a B, and their progress index was an 81.2, which also was a B. They were not designated as an academically unacceptable school, and based on the charter school policy of at least meeting a C grade, they met that particular policy letter grade. Let's look at really quickly looking at their matrix for the financial performance. If they demonstrated that they met all expectations, if they demonstrated compliance in all areas, they received the meets all expectations. If they demonstrated 70% or above, they received the meets most expectations. If they demonstrated 74% or less in their financial compliance indicators, they received the does not meet expectations. And this is for all of our charter schools. And looking at BASIS financial data, we see that they met in 2020 through 2023, they met 2 of the 4 areas. They did not meet, they received a does not meet in external audit performance in 2023, 2022, as well as timely submission of budgets and audits and financial reports. And moving to their operational index, we understand that they received a demonstrates if the school demonstrates that they met all of the expectations, they will receive a meets all. If they demonstrated 75% or above, they will receive a meets most expectations. If they demonstrated 74% or less, they will receive a does not meet. And let's look at their organizational performance. Looking at their organizational performance, we see that they met all of the indicators except for economically disadvantaged. Their percentage was a 41.95, which was below the percentage needed. They met 17 out of 19 indicators, however. And looking at the student records and recording system, as you know, all of our schools have to use J-Campus. That is our main source of student recording and record system in the district. And so all of the data for each of the charter schools has to be included in that hub. And according to what we have, on April 25th, 2022, they were missing grades, so they received a non-compliance letter. August 2nd, 2022, they received a letter for non-compliance in reference to planning time. And July 14th, they received a letter. 2022 was for students with disabilities. On this page, as you can see, they met all of their indicators. On the next page, reference to organizational data, they also met all of their indicators. And then this is the final recommendation, is the recommendation that the board that the Basis Matera be renewed as a Type 1 charter school with a 4-year renewal contract. If we look at their academic performance, they received a meets all expectation with a letter grade of B. Their financial performance, they receive a does not meet expectation with 50% of their indicators met. However, in their organizational performance, they receive a meets most expectations with 89.4% of their indicators met. And that is my report on Basis Montera.
Thank you, Mr. Brickhouse. I would like to entertain any questions, comments, or concerns from our board. Seeing a few names in the queue, I'll go directly to our school board member, Mr. Michael Goday.
Yes, thank you, President Lannis. I guess a couple areas I have a little bit of concern over is the multiple years of do not meet in the audit performance and submission of annual reports and financial data and things like that. One of the things I've heard is that there is some disagreement on definitions about what employees need. I think it's employee salaries that's one of the issues, and what are the definitions that go into that. And I'm not pretending to be a lawyer. I'm not going to get into it, but that's something we need to resolve because I think we sit here in a position where we have a charter school saying one thing, we believe we owe DOE, and DOE is asking us for something else, and we're kind of caught in the middle, and that's not a good place if we're going to continue providing oversight. And am I wrong, is Basis the one that's on a trimester? Okay, and so another issue is Basis on a trimester. Everything else in the state is set up on a semester basis. And that's not Basis's fault. That's the way they want our school. That's fine. But we have to reach some agreement and some accommodation between Basis and LDOE and ourselves around making that work. So with that, I'd like to propose a substitute motion, which is the motion that was read before. And I can give you this in writing afterwards so you don't have to try to take it down. I would like the motion with the provision that Basis and the EBR staff will provide a report back to the board at the April Committee of the Whole meeting. At that meeting, the Basis group will present a review of plans and progress towards achievement of each and every category where it does not meet was earned. Where there is a disagreement between the Basis charter and the EBR system, that report will cover progress toward agreement on a definition and measurement of all items. No final contract shall be approved before such agreement is reached. And I have that written down if you'd like. And and the purpose of this is we're supposed to be doing and providing oversight and things, and if we can't even agree on what definitions are and reach agreement on what definitions are, I don't know how we can provide oversight through this. I think Basis is doing a great job. Basis is educating the children well. Their grades show that, but we just need to when we started into this, we didn't know all the definitions. We put together policies and done everything, but I think it's time for us to start maturing in how we go about doing this, both with us and our partners. None of this is meant to be punitive. This is meant to get disagreements out of the way and reach some agreements on what they're going to be, and also provide us information so that we don't get a report saying I got 4 years of non-compliance on audits and it's the first time we've ever heard about it. So I'd like for us to update and keep more current with our evaluations, but then also make this a two-way street where the charters are coming in and talking to us on a more routine basis, so this doesn't come up only at renewal time.
So, Mr. Gode, we'll need that substitute motion because it was lengthy, and before we type it in, to make sure we have a second.
Sure, I understand.
Yeah, so I was going to say the same exact thing. Before we move the motion, let's get a second, and then we can work on the language.
Okay.
So is there a second for the substitute motion?
If I may, I'm willing to second it, but offer maybe some friendly wording changes to that, since that sounds like it's more part of the contract renewal negotiations. Maybe if we change that just to simply say that the definitions that we've discussed in the financial performance part of the contract be agreed upon by the parties and put in writing.
But I would also, I will accept that, but I'll also like plans to how they're going to achieve them in the future. Because just agreeing and not meeting them doesn't do any good either. So I want some plans for how you go about meeting them.
Okay. So is that
I don't know. I mean,
I guess I'll second it anyway. But I would
thank you.
suggest maybe a little bit shorter and simpler to follow. But thank you.
Can you state that again?
Well, I don't. I'm not changing the language. I just offered. He said he wanted to keep it.
And just for everyone's thing, I plan on making a similar one for most of the charters coming up, because I really want us to be able to have more information and make this more of an ongoing process as opposed to something we only do at the time the renewal comes up. Because at the renewal time is not the time to start thinking about are there issues and problems, because obviously we've had a problem with financial definitions and stuff for years, and it's just sat there. So we come up, we get a non-renewal, we get a non-meet and stuff like that. We got to stop doing that, and we either got to agree on what it's going to be, and if we agree on it and they don't meet it, we take action. If we agree that we have the wrong definition, well, then they meet it, or we work it out with LDOE. But right now, we just sort of keep spinning our wheels in the same pile of mud.
Yes, sir. And that's going to be time. So
Yes.
with respect to time, because there is a substitute motion now on the table that has been seconded, we'll go back to the board. So, Mr. Gode, if you need to get back in the queue, you can.
Okay, thank you.
This time, I'll go to Mr. Mark Ballou, unless you wanted to bypass. Okay. With that being said, we'll go right to School Board Member Cliff Lewis.
Principal Lamb, congratulations on all the wonderful things you're doing at Basics. However, my concern is this. You have 804 students. You're the only charter school in our system that does not meet the requirement for economically disadvantaged children. Second thing, transportation is not provided by you to students throughout the parish. To be perfectly honest with you, I was sitting in the audience the night you were awarded your original charter. I had an issue with the transportation then. I have an issue with the transportation now. Is there anything long range, short range that you plan to do to, one, increase your enrollment of economically disadvantaged students and provide transportation?
Member Lewis, I'm Deanna Rowe, the Executive Director for BBR Schools, Inc., the charter holder for Basis Matera.
Yes, ma'am.
You're okay, I'd like to answer that question.
I just want an answer. I don't care who answers.
Yeah. So, thank you. So First of all, with the location of the school, it was in partnership with Women's Hospital, and there was an understanding with the corporate partnership that up to 50% of our seats could be eligible for Women's Hospital employees should they choose to take advantage of that. Additionally, with the wait list that we have and the area that we're serving, we haven't seen a need to offer transportation. Second to that, in order to serve more students in a more convenient location, not needing to provide transportation, we also opened our second campus, which is Mid-City campus on Florida Boulevard. So we remain open to the idea of providing transportation should there be sufficient numbers of students who would like us to do that. It's always been something that we've been willing to talk about, but given the demand that we've had for our school, we haven't seen a need to explore that at this point in time. With regard to making sure that we are open and that everyone who wants an opportunity to attend BASIS has had an opportunity to be aware of us. We continue our marketing outreach in a variety of areas. At this point in time, we haven't had a demand for transportation, but is certainly something that the board is willing to consider.
So do I hear you saying there's not a demand for economically disadvantaged children to attend basics, or was your way around that opening the school on Florida Boulevard?
So we haven't, we are.
I mean, because charter schools are designed to serve a particular segment of the population.
When BASIS submitted their charter to this board for approval, there was a great deal of discussion around the population that we would serve. We agreed in our contract that we would be open and looking to serve any student who was interested in the program that BASIS had to offer, not focused on any particular race,
Subgroup,
ethnicity,
and whatever, yes.
subgroup.
Okay.
No, we are open to anyone. And our marketing efforts have demonstrated that. Our diversity in our enrollment shows that there is demand across all groups for our school, and we continue to serve and provide education to anybody who wants it.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to go to Attorney Gwen Shamlin.
Yeah, I just want to respond to Mr. Board Member Lewis's question about transportation, because several board members have had this conversation. The appropriate way to address that would be through policy. We have a charter school, we have a district charter policy, and that would be the way to address any concerns around transportation. I just want to let you know that that would be the appropriate method to look at a change.
And I'm aware I'm
Yes.
aware of that, and
Yes, sir.
excuse me for being a newbie,
That's okay.
but sometimes I'm just gonna say what's on my mind, and that was what was on my mind.
So now that I'm jumping in the queue, do you have that policy readily on hand as it regards transportation?
We don't have a policy on transportation. That'd be something the board would have to develop.
Okay. All right, would that conclude your comments? Okay, next we'll go to School Board Member Patrick Martin.
Thank you, President Lannis. First, by way of disclosure, my daughter is in 4th grade at BASIS, and I think they do a great job with her and with all the kids. And until August, I was served on the board of BASIS. I no longer have any affiliation with BASIS other than my daughter going to school, but I don't want anybody to think that I didn't disclose that. With regard to transportation, Mr. Lewis, I know that I was here when several times when BASIS came before the board, and transportation has always come up. I've always been struck by passionate testimony from BASIS parents who said, please don't deprive my child of this simply because there's not transportation options. They do whatever it takes to get their kid there, and they would hate to see it go away simply because of that, which I know is not what you're suggesting. With regards to Mr. Goday's substitute motion, I think I understood you to say that you're going to be attaching the same proviso to all of the, or seeking to attach the same proviso?
Yes.
Yeah, and I would support that. I think it's not just a BASIS issue. I think we see from all the data that it's a consistent issue. with many of the charter schools. Misunderstandings, confusion, despite everybody's best efforts and working very hard. And it was only thanks to the efforts of the board a few years ago that we ever even adopted a charter policy, which I think was a fantastic start. But we obviously learned from experience that there's some areas that we need some clarification. So with that understanding that this isn't just a basis issue,
No,
with
it's
all
not.
that, I can fully support the substitute motion.
Thank you.
Well, that concludes your comments, Board Member Martin? Yes, sir. All right, thank you. Madam Vice President, Carla Powell.
Mr. Gode, I just had one question.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's probably because there was quite a bit of wording that was shared. Did you say for the charter schools to come back to the committee of the whole in what month?
April.
April. Okay, thank you.
I think, and the reason I picked April is it's before we get into budgets, and it also gives charter school and staff sufficient time to have conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that include your comments?
Yes.
Thank you. Next up, we have School Board Member Nathan Russ.
First off, you're going to have to forgive me today as I sound like a middle schooler because I just got braces put in yesterday. As many of you are educators, I'm sure you can make out what I'm saying. First off, I wanted to ask if we reread the substitute motion, if somebody could repeat the substitute motion, the language of the substitute motion for me.
Yes, sir. We'll get Madam Secretary, or our attorney to repeat.
Yes, sir. I'll see what I can do. The motion is to approve the recommendation of the superintendent for the initial renewal of the contract with Basis Matera Charter School for 4 years, with the provision that Basis and EBR staff report back to the board at the April COW a review of plans and progress toward achievement of each and every category where a does not meet was earned in the recent evaluation, where there is a disagreement between Basis and EBR systems that report to include progress toward agreement on the definition and measurement of all items, with the further condition that no final contract shall be approved before the agreement is reached.
So, Mr. Gode, is that going to include our economically disadvantaged percentage? Would that be does not meet?
Yeah.
Yes, that would include that. Now, what I'm asking for is plans in progress,
Right.
not saying
Not
that
that that's going to change overnight,
not that that's going to change overnight, but
but we
it's
would ask the Basis provide a plan
plans
for how that's going to be
plans in
rectified.
progress. Yes.
Okay. So, to our folks from Basis, I first want to say thank you for your work and putting that school or schools into our community. I can say as a parent that lives in that part of town, it has had a positive impact on the community. And in fact, this is not based on data, but it's of my opinion that it's brought more people into the system that weren't there before, for better or for worse, however you want to characterize who that is and why that is. I'm eager to see the academic progress of your new campus. I hope that it mirrors what you're doing here at Matera. I think that while what you presented, I think that you believe, I think that you should know that there are parents that drive from South Baton Rouge to your new campus because they want their kids in your school. So if you think that transportation is not in demand to your schools, you should know that it is. For more than one reason, not just to economically disadvantaged families, but to all families. And that is something that most public school families want to take advantage of. And I'll tell you, it's a pretty serious commitment for those families to drive from Shenandoah, where I live, to your new campus. That's quite a hike in Baton Rouge rush hour, and it's about to get worse. I think it's also worth considering that it's unlikely you're going to have kids in North Baton Rouge apply to your Matera campus when they have no way to get there. So how would we know that the demand is low when it can't exist, when those kids have no opportunity to get to your school? So I think you need to take serious consideration into transportation options for your school. I think it would be for the better of your campuses and for the better of our community as a whole. Thank you.
Does that conclude your comments, School Board Member Rust? Thank you. Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Go ahead. School Board Member Mike Goday.
Yes,
back with you.
I just wanted to make one comment, particularly for some of the newer board members who may not be aware of some of the nuances. It's been said several times that there is an agreement between Women's Hospital and Basis Matera for up to 50% of their students being in that, and that is 100% correct. And I also just want to point out that the percent of economically disadvantaged children and other categories that are counted in there, under the state law, that percentage is X those who are enrolled because of the relationship with Women's Hospital. So for instance, if you're looking at 80, I'm not going to go through the math with you, but those percentage numbers are calculated on the numbers of students that are not there because of Women's Hospital. The Women's Hospital is set aside, and the law only applies to the remaining seats that are not in Women's Hospital. So I just wanted to make sure everyone understood those definitions, and I have no idea how these numbers were put together, because I also believe that Women's Hospital is not up to 50% of their students. So I don't know how these numbers are put up. I have no idea of how those numbers change. I'm just giving that for information. And I want to repeat that none of what I said in my motion is intended to be punitive or anything toward Basis. What I'm trying to do is bring more rigor to the oversight process so that we can have more up-to-date information and that we can get past these things, because I remember the definition on some of the audit things and stuff coming up. That's been here for several years, and we just seem to be stuck in the same place. And so I'm trying to break the log jam on that, and let's get some agreement. However the agreement works out, Basis may be right, we may be right, DOE may say something in the middle. I don't know. I just want an answer so we can start moving forward on some basis of solid ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Goday. Does that conclude your comments?
Yes.
Okay, next we have School Board Member Katie Kinnison.
I would just like to add to the discussion that on a lot of these does not meet categories, there are legalities involved, and it's important to have transparency regarding all of the things that the government decides that need to be reported, the school population that's legally expected. I would like to see what the application process looks like. And pardon me also for being new, maybe it is transparent, but not that I'm aware of. So the numbers look very, very skewed. And as far as the relationship with Women's Hospital, I do not have any details on that either. So that is it.
Does that conclude your comments?
Yes.
School Board Member Kinnison? Okay. While I'm not inside of the queue, I will give some really quick and brief comments that I've heard thus far. First and foremost, I want to say the comments that came from our board, I think, are spot on, and they're really, really, really good comments. One of which that we've heard so far has been transportation. Now, what I will say is that 3 years ago, when Basis came before our board, and this was one of the topics that came up before, was around transportation. And I was very adamant about learning more about how we were going to connect the dots around transportation, because several other board members had the same concerns. I think that Board Member Russ made a very good point. This is not just about students who are economically disadvantaged. This is also about families who may have the means but may not have the time to go and pick a child up, especially during rush hour traffic. And as he just said, it's going to get worse because there's several constructions that are taking place throughout our city, but I won't go down that lane. I just want to stay close and I want to stay on point in talking about transportation. I think that this is a very serious matter. I think that when you look at the 50%, which while I hear you, Board Member Goday, I think that it is very important that we truly do focus in on this, not just for a cost matter, because when it comes to education, as you know, this is not just about costs. There is no cost that can suffice for helping our families out and those who are in need. So I just want you all to know, as we go through these contractual negotiations on this particular contract, I'm going to be steadfast in wanting to know how we fix this transportation issue. And I think that we may have to go as far as to make some tweaks to our own current policy as it may regard transportation, because this is not just about basis. This is about every single charter school that may come before us where we may have the same issue. And all families deserve the right to go to a really good school where they have really good options. I know there's a waiting list for the Mid-City campus, which that was my understanding for why we wanted to create that campus, so that we not only create an opportunity for students that live on that side of town, but also to make sure that we're not losing students that are currently on your waiting list. So I will say that I am in support of BASIS, but I love to see how we're going to fix this transportation issue. And I'm going to be very, very, very adamant about that. So thank you. Yes, ma'am, go ahead, please.
Thank you, President Lannis, and I appreciate the conversation around transportation, and I do want to share, as Mr. Shamblin stated, it would be great if we had some perhaps new policy around transportation, some clarification. As you know, we do have our Mid-City campus, which is a K-5, and our Matera campus is a K-12. The intent is to transition those rising sixth graders from our Mid-City campus to our Matera campus. We have been working on communication with the district for months now, trying to get a quote for busing those students. So as we talk about transportation, I welcome the conversation. I look forward to it. I'd like to know what role the district would like to actively engage in contracting for that transportation, if that's the route that we want to go, or whether or not they just want to step aside and that we should be responsible for providing our own transportation. Either is fine, but we're continuing to work through that process now and haven't been able to get to an agreement.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you, because those details and context actually helps this conversation a lot, understanding how both campuses are uniquely created and configured. And I think understanding that you all are growing to be you said a K through 12 at the Matera campus?
That's correct.
Understanding that this may be an issue that may not change, as we said before, it may not change this year because you may not be at a point where you have to do it now, but I would love to see how we can help you figure that situation out. And whatever I can do to help move that conversation along with our board, I absolutely will.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing that we have no more board comments, at this time we would like to go to our audience. And first, before we go to audience, the first I would read is those who don't wish to speak. First, we have Mr. Kenneth Campbell, who is speaking on agenda item 1, and he is in full support of the recommendation. Next, I'd like to call up Ms. Tanya Nyman to the mic. Lobby full?
Yes.
Okay. You have the floor, Ms. Nyman.
Thank you. Good evening, Tanya Nyman. I have 2 kids in East Baton Rouge Parish Schools, and I've been a long-term advocate. In fact, I started advocacy before BASIS ever had a campus approved here in East Baton Rouge Parish, and I've been a long-time opponent to the school because of its business model and its education model. Mr. Lewis, you alluded to some of the practices, and please know, for the parents and the teachers, this is separate. I understand they support the school with good intentions, but it is one of the most insidious charter models you can find. It uses a variety of means of making sure that children from economically disadvantaged backgrounds can access the schools. That's not just here in Baton Rouge, that's nationwide. So they do things like not provide transportation or free or reduced lunch. There's ways of counseling out kids if their test scores aren't hitting the benchmarks. And so that's why if you look out, even outside of Louisiana, you'll see that very few of their schools actually educate children from demographic groups that is commiserate with the overall district. And so, and as Mr. Lewis mentioned too, the Louisiana Charter School law says that that is the primary purpose of a charter school. And it is supposed to have demographics commiserate with the larger district, and BASIS never does. And it probably never will. Mr. Peter Bezanson, I think that was his name, who was the, excuse me, it's funny when I get nervous. He was I think he's like the CEO of BASIS. And when he first came before this board and tried to talk about why the school should come, and somebody raised the issue that the school had no intention of educating children from diverse backgrounds, he pretty much said that they were prepared to flout the Louisiana law because that wasn't their education model. And so it's been a long time. It's been a long issue with BASIS. So to suggest that renewing it for 4 years to give them another chance seems a little bit too liberal. I would think that, if you really want to give them a sincere chance, they can step it up and demonstrate that they have a sincere intention to educate a broad range of students and are actually willing to put in the effort and provide those services, then a year at best. Also, please know, they have the same real estate agreements issues in terms of they created a nonprofit to develop the land so that they can then lease it to the school and use our tax dollars to buy a facility that the nonprofit will use. And that is a way to avoid that if their charter ever gets revoked, that the school board, which would have the right to own that property since it was built with taxpayer dollars, they'll be able to avoid that and retain ownership of a facility that taxpayers ultimately paid for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nyman. Before I call up the next speaker, I would like to ask if there's anyone inside of the lobby that I call upon, if you all could please line up if you wish to speak on item C1. Anyone inside of the lobby that wishes to speak on C1, please make a line just outside of the door for us, please. In an orderly fashion, we would greatly appreciate it. Okay, next we have Ms. Crystal Hayer. I hope I didn't mispronounce your last name.
Good evening, everyone. It is Crystal Hauer, but don't worry, I'm used to it being mispronounced. So I am a second grade math SET at Basis Matera. I have been fortunate enough to be there since day one. I have taught grades K through third. I've also taught their summer school program every single year that we've been open, and it's mainly math, because I absolutely love math, but I've taught all the way up to 5th grade, and I also have 2 children that attend Basis Matera. So I'm not gonna speak on the parent part, I'm just gonna speak on the teacher part. But for the academics, I wanna talk about the way that we do interventions and how we support all students across the campus. One of the programs that Jared and I created together that he saw a need for was more intervention time, was we have an aftercare program just like any other school. Well, during that time, we provide homework help. With that homework help, we take students that are enrolled in that program, and when I meet with teachers 1st through 3rd grade, they give me a list of students that they need that extra support. And so we have LETs, which are our lead expert teachers, to stay at school from 4 to 4:30, and they provide small group instruction for those students to help in the departments of literacy and math. For the students that are not in the low risk or some risk category, they're in whole group learning where I am overseeing, and I provide homework help with them with math. I review homework, I go over each individual problem for grades 1st through 3rd, as well as humanities and literacy. And we do that every single day. And we also have our student hour portion where we offer either an hour or 30 minutes in the morning time as well in the evening time. And I know my time is almost up. But I wanted to also mention how we're trying to close those gaps. We're constantly providing them with interventions. If they need, it doesn't matter if you're low, high, or in the middle. We are constantly trying to provide that support so we can close any gap as well as have our students excel in our program. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ms. Laura Renier, followed by Ms. Shannon Chavez.
Hi, I'm Laura Rainier, and I have 3 kids at Basis, an 8th grader, a 6th grader, and a 3rd grader, and we've been there since the beginning. We were at a great school in EBR, but we took a leap of faith based on information we were given, and at the time we applied our 2 oldest kids to leave their gifted programs and start at Basis. I am floored by all of the things that they are learning. My now 8th grader is learning things I never learned in her science classes. She also has just blossomed and grown, and all 3 of my kids have. But I really want to talk about my youngest, who was in pre-K at the time, and Basis didn't offer pre-K. Where he was at, he had a horrible experience. And at the time, also, we did not realize that he had severe ADHD. And he was unfortunately kind of written off. We got to Basis and Kinder. He was accepted that next year. And we were really nervous, and he was always getting sent to the dean's office. And when you get sent to the dean's office, you think, oh my gosh, it's horrible. We're going to get expelled. He's not going to be accepted, and we're going to have to figure out something new. But no, he was sent there to learn. And it wasn't because they were writing him off. It's because they wanted him to excel. And now he is flourishing as a 3rd grader in Basis. And actually, Ms. Howard was his math teacher last year. And he has learned so much. All 3 of my kids, I can't speak. I could speak for hours on their experience, and I'm sure you all have had your run-ins with people who are the same. But I highly recommend them for recharter. I also wanted to speak to the one thing that I've been super impressed with the new administration this year at Basis. The communication between the administration and the parents is extremely open. It's extremely collaborative. And when they say they're going to do something, and if there's something that needs to be done, they work on it immediately. We have been so impressed with the new policies and rules and procedures they've implemented to collaborate and help our students grow. And they truly do want the best for our students. I really believe that. And their teachers, it's a different kind of relationship with their kids and their teachers. It's a real collaborative and back and forth, and you can tell that they want our kids to grow. And as far as the interventions, they are required to do a lab or a student hour once or twice a week with the kids. But oftentimes you'll see the teachers sitting down with their kids outside of their normal student hours because they just want the best for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Chavez?
Thank you, President Lannis and members. My name is Shannon Chavez. I'm the Director of Compliance for the Basis Schools, and mainly I was just putting the comment card in to make sure that you're aware that I was available for questions if you had any. But since I have the opportunity to speak, I just wanted to briefly make sure that you are all aware that Basis Matera, as well as our other school, Basis Mid-City, are both Title I school-wide programs, and they are both schools that offer a national school lunch program that provide free and reduced price lunches for students at those schools. So since there was some confusion about that, I want to make sure that you're aware that those are programs that we do offer at the schools, and that's available for all the students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Next up, we have Mr. Jared Lamb, followed by Ms. Deanna Rowe. Okay. Next, we have Mr. James Finney.
Thank you. My name is James Finney. I'm a resident of Baton Rouge. So many things to say in so little time. First, Mr. Martin, I trust that you will recuse yourself from this vote. You were on the board of this charter during the period that they're seeking to have their contract renewed in, so for you to vote would be inappropriate in my view. Second, the contract which you should have in front of you and is not part of board backup finally appeared on your system's website earlier this week, clearly states that this school was, along with IDEA and Emerge, were to have been reviewed after their 3rd year to determine whether they got to operate for a 5th year. We're more than halfway through the 5th year, and now you're finally looking at whether this school warrants a renewal. And now you're seriously considering a renewal for 4 years for a school that is seriously in breach of contract. So let me give you some numbers. Revised statute 1739-91, and I can give you the little subsections of that, states basically that 85% of the economically disadvantaged level of the district from which students are being pulled is the benchmark that the school must meet. So BASIS signed a contract that said 60.6% of their student body must be economically disadvantaged. The first year, just looking at October numbers, they were at 34.18%. The second year, they were at 36.24%. The third year, they leaped all the way up to 42.92%. Somewhere in there, you said, never mind that you're breaking the law and breaking your contract, have a second school, that'll make everything better. The second school is right at the edge of having enough poor kids. But back to the Matera campus, in 2021, in October, they were back down to 41%. They went up to 41.5% this last October. This school has absolutely no intention of following the law. And they haven't tried to get the law amended in their 4.5 years of operation. So you have the perception, and the people that go there have the perception that this is a good school. So let me give you a side-by-side comparison. BASIS Matera has a school performance score of 81.2 with a student body that's about 42% economically disadvantaged. It's a very privileged population compared to the rest of the school district. Compare that to Brownfields Elementary School, where 97.9% of the population is economically disadvantaged. They had a higher school performance score. Close this school, close it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Finney. Seeing no more comment cards, at this time, we'll go back to our board. Are there any additional comments, questions, or concerns at this time? Seeing none, Oh, my apologies. School board member Cliff Lewis.
Again, at my first comment, School Director Lamb, I applauded you for the job that you're doing. The parent who was at the mic just a minute ago, she made my own argument for me. What I would love to see is the things that are happening at basics, all the things she described. Why can't we work in concert with some of the other schools and put these same type of interventions in place? I think what you guys are doing, I think you're doing a good job. But there's other schools that could use some of your insight and some of your knowledge about the way you educate. Charter schools, my understanding, charter schools in their conception were conceptualized to work in concert with other schools, traditional education schools. I think it would be a great thing if you all could partner with someone close to you and let's work in concert to try to improve everybody. Because I'm sitting in this horseshoe because I'm all about educating kids. I don't care what part of town you live in. I don't care if you're economically disadvantaged or not. Children are the future of this city. They're the future of this country. And if we don't educate everybody, we're doing a grave injustice to all those who came before us and to all those who will come after us. Thank you.
Thank you, School Board Member Lewis. At this time, seeing no more names inside of the queue, I'd like to go to Madam Secretary. Please call for the vote. Yes, and for clarity, this is on the substitute motion presented by School Board Member Goday. Yes, ma'am.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Next up, we'll move on to item C2, South Baton Rouge Charter Academy contract renewal. Consideration of a request for the subsequent renewal of a contract with South Baton Rouge Charter Academy. Can I get a motion?
I will move with the same addition that I made in the last motion, substituting South Baton Rouge Charter for basis. So I will make the original motion having that added on.
Thank you, School Board Member Gode. Can I get a second?
Can we have the actual motion read out every time there's a motion? It should be all read completely.
Yes, ma'am. After we get the second, because first we have to make sure we can get a second for it, but after we do that, then attorney will make sure he reads it out for everyone before we vote on it.
I think even before then, a second
You can
for
read
what?
it now.
Okay.
I don't want to put someone in the spot of seconding something that they don't.
No, that's okay.
don't understand.
I don't have that language available in front of me, so that's why I'm deferring to attorney. And as we wait for that language, I just want to remind our board that we do not have a second. So I just want to make that clear.
I second it.
We're going to let them read first, then I'll intervene in a second. Thank you.
Okay, it's a motion to approve the recommendation of the superintendent for the initial renewal of the contract with South Baton Rouge Charter School. I believe that's subsequent renewal of the contract with South Baton Rouge Charter School for 4 years, for 3 years, with the provision that Baton Rouge Charter School and EBR staff report back to the board at the April COW a review of plans and progress toward achievement of each and every category where it does not meet was earned in the recent evaluation. And when there's a disagreement between South Baton Rouge Charter School and EBR school system staff, that the report to include progress toward agreement on the definition and measurement of all items, with the further condition that no final contract shall be approved before each agreement is reached.
Does that meet your approval? Okay, second. Okay, we have a second by Ms. Shoshone Stewart. Okay, before we go to our board, I would like to allow Mr. Brickhouse to come up and do the presentation on behalf of the district.
All right. Continuing on today, we're going to discuss South Baton Rouge Charter Academy. We are pleased to announce that their principal is Ms. Chavis, who South Baton Rouge Charter Academy was opened in August of 2014. It is a pre-K through 8th grade school. It has a current enrollment of 698 students. We're going to go jump right into the academic data. In spring of 2019, South Baton Rouge Charter Academy received a D. They had a school performance score of 58.3. In the spring of 2020, their score was a 50.8. Of course, there was no letter grade attached to that. And in the spring of 2022, they received a 61, which was a letter grade equivalent to a letter grade of C. Their assessment score was a 42, which is an F, and their progress index was a 84.5, which is a B. Currently, at this time, based on our charter school policy, South Baton Rouge Charter Academy meets the policy by meeting the expectation of a C letter grade, and they were not designated as an unacceptable, academically unacceptable school. Looking at their financial performance, we can see that from 2021 to 2023, South Baton Rouge Charge Academy met 4 out of 4 areas during that reporting cycle. And then in 2020, they met 2 out of 4 categories. They did not meet the categories in external audit performance and timely submission of budgets, audits, and financial reports. And looking at their organizational data, South Baton Rouge Charge Academy met 14 out of 19 indicators. They did not meet the re-enrollment indicator as designated in the charter policy. All charter schools must have 80% re-enrollment. Their re-enrollment rate was 62%. In addition, and looking at, of course, our student information system, J-Campus portal, they did not have the significant information there. They received a non-compliance letter in August 9th, 2022 for J-Campus non-compliance, and then April 25th, missing grades, which of course equated to a did not meet indicator. And then for all student populations receiving the services and supports they need, they received the LDEO complaint on June 16, 2022, which indicated that did not meet. And finally, for school and board having evidence of violations and legal contractual obligations, September 16, 2022, they received a letter concerning tuition charges. They, of course, met all indicators on this page. School has evidence of violation of required testing procedures and adhering to BESI approval state policies. The recommendation is that the recommendation to the board is that the South Baton Rouge charter be renewed as a Type 1 charter for a 3-year renewal. This is based on their academic performance of meeting most expectations for a C grade, their 100% financial performance, and their 74% organizational performance. That is my report.
Thank you, Mr. Brickhouse. At this time, we would like to call up South Baton Rouge Charter Administration to come up and present before the board.
Good evening, Board President Lanus, Vice President Powell, and Dr. Cito, Narcisse, and members of the board. My name is Ashley Chavis, and I am the principal at South Baton Rouge Charter Academy. I started last year in October and definitely had to hit the ground running, knowing that the stakes were high for us. But I was very blessed to have a wonderful team, 2 of whom are with me today, my assistant principals, Ms. Renee Scott and Ms. Nikisha Vernon, and also a very supportive boss, Mr. Carlos Sam, and we did it. We did what we had to do to move students forward. So I appreciate the recommendation, and I do understand and acknowledge that we have some critical areas in special education that we do have to work through, and we have been working through an action plan with the district to make sure that we meet the criteria that is necessary for our students that need supports and services. The work is not easy, but it is very rewarding, and we are making those strides, and we do know that you will see in our data in following years to come that we are making the necessary steps to grow. We do hope that you give us a vote of confidence, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them regarding the school.
Thank you, Principal Chavis. Seeing no further comments from the school, at this time we'll go back to our board. I'm sorry. Seeing there's no further comments or mentions of any presentation from the school, at this time we'll go to our board. First up inside of the queue, we have School Board Member Mark Ballou. Okay. Board Member Ballou waives his opportunity to speak. Next, we have School Board Member Katie Kennison.
I would just like to put an emphasis on the K-8 assessment index was an F, and also the SPS score 1 point away from being a D, if I'm correct, which we all know as part of being in education, 1 point is important and it matters, but the 1 point would change the entire recommendation. I just want to make note of that, and I also would like to make note that this school is currently involved in an open investigation by the FBI for charging tuition to its students.
Does this include comments? Thank you, School Board Member Kennison. Next, we have School Board Member Cliff Lewis.
I don't know how many of you guys in here know where South Baton Rouge Charter is. It is in a very, it's in a part of town that's extremely diverse. The scores and the things that they've done there shows me what motivated leadership can accomplish. When you put children first, motivated leadership can make good things happen. And I'm glad to see South Baton Rouge Charter moving in an upward trajectory. Good job, South Baton Rouge Charter.
Does that conclude your comments?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, School Board Member Lewis. Next, we have School Board Member Patrick Martin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to give the school an opportunity to comment on Ms. Kinnison's comment and address perhaps that specific and the larger issue, which I know is underlying that of tuition. I know we've all read newspaper articles and whatnot, and if the school would like to speak to that at this time.
Before we do that, I would like to go to legal because that may be an open case and they may not be able to speak, so I wanted to make sure that that's...
I believe the matter was reported in the media, so if the school is willing to address it, it's their
Okay,
choice.
just wanted to make sure. No problem.
Good evening, Board President, Madam Vice President, and Dr. Narcisse. Carlos Sam, serve as Regional Superintendent for Charter Schools USA, Louisiana. Not familiar with any FBI investigations. The matter was reported. We did cooperate with legal counsel in the school system during the time of the report. In fact, we basically reverted from changing the program, and that program no longer exists within our system. So if I have further questions, I'd be glad to handle them.
Mr. Martin, you have any further questions?
Well, I guess it no longer exists anywhere in your regional or national organization, or it doesn't exist in your program here in this parish.
It does not exist here in this parish. We no longer have the partnership that previously we had with your school system.
That's all I have.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Sams.
No problem.
At this time, we have Vice President Carla Powell.
Mr. Sam, you can come back. I'm glad I caught you before you said. My question was just simply, when did this particular situation take place? Was that, how long ago for those of us who may not be privy to the details of that situation?
So just give you some context. Way back when, there was a agreement some time ago that a pod was able to start in Louisiana. Since that time, I think last summer, the legislature has now approved the pod law. And so charter schools, including any LEA, can open a pod around the state.
Can you explain to us what is a pod?
Well, a pod is an extension of an LEA, basically that can operate outside of a brick and mortar location. And so we've taken advantage of that law, and we've opened pods throughout the state of Louisiana, particularly in our top two charters. We previously had a partnership here that we've since exhausted, and we'll be glad to share with you more information about the pod law. Yes, ma'am.
This concludes your comments, Vice President. Thank you. Next, we have School Board Member Nathan Russ. Sorry.
Hold on, Mr. Sam. This is just more of a general question, and I'm sure that you know this, how important continuity of leadership is to a learning institution. And so my question is, in order to stabilize and continue to improve the academic performance of this school, do you have a plan in place? Can we continue to see some continuity of leadership so that we can provide some stability to these students?
Very good question. Board Member Russ. So we went out and strategically recruited Ashley Chavis. She has since assembled we think, a very strong team around her. As you heard, she came in the month of October, which was about 2-3 months after the start of the school year. And yeah, we were under the gun to make sure we had that C letter grade. And we're still working hard to make sure that that C does not drop Ms. Kinnison below that 60 mark. So I can tell you we're working very hard every day, particularly with staff here from the East Vantage Parish School System. And so we think we have a good collaboration among the staff from the school system and with our schools as well. So it is our hope that Ms. Chavis will stay with us for the long term. And we make her very happy, and we support her as necessary to make sure. As Mr. Lewis mentioned, we do have a very diverse school. We serve a high population of ESL students. And so that's been the struggles academically for many of our students because of the improficiency in their language.
Thank you. And unsolicited advice, we do have some programs in our system that have very successfully worked with those populations. And I would love, as Mr. Lewis has mentioned, to see more collaboration between our system and our charters to help each other. I think we have plenty to learn from unique learning models, and I think that we also have plenty of opportunities to help you. And so I'd rather see you succeed than fail.
Well, we're open to the help, and we're definitely open to the conversation.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good. Come on back, Mr. Sams. I'm kidding. Go ahead, sit down. Okay, seeing no more comments from the board. At this time, we'll go to the public. As I call your names, please come to the mic. First up, we have Ms. Maria Harmon, followed by Ms. Tanya Nyman. Ms. Harmon? Okay, I'm sorry.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Maria Harmon, a resident of Baton Rouge in District 6. I'm also one of the co-directors of Step Up Louisiana. We're a grassroots community organizing group that organizes with parents for education equity. And honestly, I am opposed to a renewal for the South Baton Rouge Charter, only because I just got news of the new leadership. And I just feel the need to just express this on record, regardless, y'all are gonna make the decision that y'all feel is best, because at the end of the day, it's 698 of our kids in that school. And I've gotten a lot of complaints from parents just for the sake of high turnover of teachers. So that is gravely concerning because we need stability for our children. Whenever you have a high turnover teacher rate, it really impacts the educational growth of children. And I understand that there was a growth of up to a C, which is great, but we really have to try to fill in those gaps where they are existing in regards to retaining teachers. I don't know if there's a partnership that the school district can work through to support South Baton Rouge Charter in that respect, to help them have a more viable structure, because at the end of the day, again, those are 698 of our kids in that school. And we're looking at stability here, you know, and it's also concerning to know about the shortcomings in regards to meeting the needs of SPED students. At the end of the day, FAPE has to be upheld. And again, I just feel the need to speak on record about that. I can't dismiss the complaints from parents that we work with in the community about the high teacher turnover rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon. Ms. Nyman?
Good evening, Tanya Nyman, 2 kids in East Baton Rouge Parish Schools. So with Charter Schools USA, South Baton Rouge Charter Academy, their partner, Charter Schools USA, is a for-profit charter company. And I know that a lot of people will talk about the education aspect, and they just got up to that 1 point over. And so First, let me just again say that my criticism isn't levied at the parents or the teachers or even the school administrators. I'm sure they're all doing their best. But the problem is that Charter Schools USA pretty much designs what amounts to predatory business agreements, which will always keep them struggling to find the funds. Because even right now, if you look at it, the school financially has been running at a deficit for the longest time. And so what the charter school company does is sort of will do some interesting transactions to sort of front them some money or reduce their management fees for 1 year to make it look like they're financially viable. But you'll notice buried in their financial statement they have a little caveat that, oh, but if the school ever gets to a place where they can repay these fees that we've forgiven, well, then we will actually recoup those fees. But they avoid putting it on their budget as a line item, so it doesn't show up. And so there's a lot of little insidious financial things going on. And so in a way, I kind of want to give a word to warning to the teachers and the administrators and the parents. Just please know that if they're telling you, oh, if we can just get ahead of this curve, and get these finances worked out, we'll have more funds to actually improve our curriculum and attract teachers and retain teachers. No, the owners and the executives and the investors in Charter Schools USA, a for-profit company, are the ones that are going to get their money first, because that is the business model for Charter Schools USA. And so I would say that really you should not renew this charter. That in fact we should end this predatory arrangement for the good of the teachers, the parents, the students, most of all the students, because I think it's just throwing good money after bad. There is no way that they're ever going to be able to really fully fund curriculum to the degree that it should, and I'm sorry, nobody should be profiting off the most vulnerable children in this parish. It is immoral. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nyman. Next, we have Ms. Belinda Davis.
Good evening. My name is Belinda Davis. I'm a member of the Louisiana Board of Elementary and Secondary Education. I'm speaking on my own behalf and not on behalf of the entire board. I would like to urge this board to terminate their charter agreement with the South Louisiana Charter Foundation, the governing body of South Baton Rouge Charter. This recommendation is based on my belief that the governing board has failed to ensure that the board and its management company follow the law in both large and small matters. Last year, an independent auditor hired by the Louisiana Department of Education uncovered a learning pod operating out of South Baton Rouge Charter that was not authorized by this board. Not authorized by this board. When the administration became aware of the pod, students in the pod were transferred by the charter school to Iberville Charter Academy, another school governed by South Louisiana Charter Foundation and managed by Charter Schools USA. While the South Baton Rouge Charter Learning Pod is no longer active and the South Louisiana Charter Foundation disputes some of the audit's claims, the following facts remain true about this pod's past activities. Number one, the pod at South Baton Rouge Charter, in violation of state law, charged a registration fee. Number two, despite receiving public dollars through the MFP, South Baton Rouge Charter's pod charged students monthly tuition for a total of about $3,500 to $4,000 per academic year, a clear violation of state law. South Louisiana Charter Foundation and Charter Schools USA maintain that these were legitimate student fees for optional services such as before and after care and ancillary subjects such as music. Documents from their pod sites do not list them as discretionary. In fact, ancillary subjects and before and after care are listed as separate fees on top of the tuition. Moreover, state law requires that such fees are itemized. The foundation does not have an itemized breakdown for these thousands of dollars in student fees. The audit also mentioned that until a visit by Ms. Linda Spain, a special education supervisor for this district, services for students with exceptional needs were not being provided. Point four, the SPS score for South Baton Rouge Charter for the 2021-2022 school year includes 29 students who now attend Iberville Charter Academy. Presumably, they are members of the pod who switched schools when EBR shut down the unsanctioned pod. These students never physically attended South Baton Rouge Charter as mandated by their charter contract with this board, calling into question the school's SPS score. 5, Finally, both the Louisiana Legislative Auditor and the Louisiana Inspector General are investigating the South Louisiana Charter Board and its management company based on the audit's findings. I have emailed a copy of the audit to each of you, and in the interest of fairness, the response by the South Louisiana Charter Board to the audit's findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. I'm sorry, Dr. Davis. Next, we have Dr. James Finney.
Thank you. The South Louisiana Charter Foundation agreed in 2021 to a contract that covered the academic years 2019 through 2022. You heard that correctly. They decided 2 years after their renewal to get around to agreeing to a contract. In November of 2021, this board agreed to grant, even though there is no such provision allowed by statute that I found, to grant a 1-year extension to be negotiated between the General Counsel and South Louisiana Charter Foundation. I have asked both Mr. Shamlin's office and Mr. Sam's office for a copy of that extension for several days this week. I don't believe that exists. I don't believe that you can renew this charter because I don't believe they have a charter. I think that they are operating in the absence of a contract. Furthermore, I'm glad that I came after Ms. Nyman and Dr. Davis because when I was at South Louisiana Charter Foundation's last board meeting earlier this month, first, I noted there are only 6 board members. The 7th, and your policy requires there be 7 or more board members. Number 7 resigned in either August or September. Your policy says they have 90 days to fill that spot. At the board meeting, they said, we're waiting for Charter Schools USA to send somebody they pick for us to agree to put on the board. That's backwards. The CMO from Florida is running the board. The board is not in charge of the charter management organization. Furthermore, the local board agreed after loans had come past due to allow their board president to renew those loans. Charter Schools USA, as Ms. Nyman suggested, has loaned money to the local board. So the longer they go, the further in debt they are to the people from Florida. To Ms. Kennison's point and what was confirmed by Dr. Davis, the enrollment of South Baton Rouge Charter Academy on September 15th of 2022 was 851. On approximately the 23rd of that month, there was a letter that went out to parents who had kids at the Red Stick Academy, the pod that you've heard mention of. And by September 29th, the enrollment at South Baton Rouge Charter Academy had dropped to 815. So presumably, in order to keep themselves from legal peril, the administration just decided to take 36 students and shove them from one bucket of money to another bucket of money. This is a criminal enterprise. Shut them down.
Thank you, Dr. James Finney. Seeing no other comment cards. Okay. Ms. Karonda Corley.
I'm in time. I had to come and run. Running from therapy with my child with disabilities. Let me talk about this crazy foolishness right quick. And I'm going to talk about the last one, too. Neither one of them has been meeting.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Pause your time.
Oh, stop my time. Stop my time. April, hold up. 2.48 seconds.
We know what time it is, Ms.
2 minutes, 48
Kennison.
seconds.
1 second, please. We can only speak germane to the item, so you can't speak about anything that has already been voted on. Thank you.
Got you. 2 minutes, 48 seconds, because my clock's showing 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Okay, so I want to talk about this here charter that is not meeting the requirements. Every single time that y'all want to sit here, because Mr. Godet made the substitute motion, watching via YouTube, and that substitute motion that y'all keep making is putting y'all each and every single board member in the seat to be sued by each and every family that have a child with disability. Let me explain that for you, since y'all don't know. Every single time that you fail to allow a child with a disability or a child that is socioeconomic disadvantaged, you are failing to adhere to federal law. Let me explain that one for you. Individuals Disabilities Education Act, Every Student Succeed Act, and American Disabilities Act and Section 504 Rehabilitation Act says that you have to. Not that you have to consider, you have to allow our children with disabilities to be there, period. It didn't say that you had to just think about allowing them to come into the door. You have to. Basis don't do that. Neither does South Baton Rouge Charter to the degree that you want to talk about. And thank you, Ms. Kennison, for bringing up that the FBI is investigating them, because LDOE has talked about that the FBI is investigating them. That's why they failed to answer that question, and Mr. Martin asked for them to talk about the litigation that they are actually having against them with the FBI. Why y'all not bringing that up and talking about it? The lady talked about these buses not being able to come. Every last school system is supposed to legally have buses, not just for the children that are socioeconomic disadvantaged, but for the children that are disabled and for the children that are not poor. You're supposed to have the buses. They didn't get no waiver for that. And then to come and ask you if they can talk to you about that later. Hell no. They got to talk to you about it now before you can sign on the dotted line on a contract. That's what they're supposed to talk about. So to sum it all up, if you continue to go forward with all these contracts that you know are illegitimate, you will all be sued. ACLU, Southern Poverty Law, Loyola Law Clinic. I can come up with several many more, but I will have each and every last one of you investigated by the feds and sued. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corley. Seeing no other comment cards or public comment, at this time we'll go back to our board. Are there any comments? School Board Member Patrick Martin.
Thank you, President Lannis. I would like to ask the superintendent and our council to address some of the comments that Bessie Member Davis made regarding, particularly regarding the allegation that there was a pod being operated by this charter school without approval of this board or the superintendent or whoever. If y'all could speak to that in some way, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll speak briefly to it. When we were made aware of it via a parent complaint, I think Dr. Narcisse sent a team out to investigate. I think there were a number of visits made to the school site and the pod site. Following the investigation, collection of data was brought back to my office and the superintendent's office, and we assessed what was in place and determined based on law that we need to make a report to the Louisiana Legislative Auditor's Office, which would have been the appropriate report for us, in addition to some other reports. So we referred that matter to them. It is currently under investigation. Staff has met with the Auditor's Office a number of times, not just me, but CFO and a few other people to provide additional information. We've not been given anything additional as to the status of that investigation. It is open, and so we're waiting for a final resolution.
And so at this time, there hasn't been any authority, Bessie or anybody else, who have made any kind of definitive findings. All there are allegations that are under investigation.
Yeah, nothing has been communicated to my office or I believe the superintendent's office.
That's correct, Board Member Martin. They're just allegations. There has been no finding of anything.
Okay, thank you.
Does that include your comments, School Board Member Martin?
It does, sir.
Thank you. Vice President Carla Powell.
Yes, if we could have a representative from South Baton Rouge Charter, please. My question is in regards to teacher vacancies at this time. If you could share with us, do you currently have any teacher vacancies, and what might be your current teacher-to-student ratio?
Our current teacher-to-student ratio is 25-1, and we have a total of 3 vacancies.
Okay, so that means that you guys, for the most part, are fully staffed with the exception of 3 vacancies.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's my question for you. Also, Mr. Shamlin, my question is about Dr. Feeney's comments on whether or not there is an active contract, and the documentation of that one-year extension.
Yeah. It took us a while to negotiate a contract, as it sometimes does. There was back and forth between myself, special counsel, and I believe the school's counsel for a period of time to work out the terms. We had not done a one-year extension before because there's no guidance for it in the law, so it took us a little bit of time. We did get it done. I believe all charter contracts are uploaded or have been uploaded to the website for access by the public. If that is indeed the case, we'll confirm it, send a link to the board, and make sure that it's updated.
Thank you.
Does that conclude your comments, Vice President Powell? Thank you. Next, we have School Board Member Nathan Russ.
Just to continue this conversation, especially in reference to what Mr. Martin brought up, at this time, all there is an investigation or allegations, no determination on the truth of those matters. If, for some reason, there was found to be some sort of unlawful activity, right, the board reserves the right at any point to call a contract for a charter school. Am I correct?
If there's confirmation of any illegal activity, especially that would lead to supporting material breach of contract, then yes, the board can call that charter at any point and revoke it.
Thank you.
Does that conclude your comments, School Board Member Russ? Thank you. And I'll just take this time to second that. If at any time, because we do understand these to be allegations, but if at any time those allegations come back to our board as a matter of fact, there will be a special meeting to revoke the charter. I just want to be very clear about that. Thank you. Seeing no other further board comments at this time, I will deflect to Madam Secretary. Please call for the vote.
Please vote.
And this is on the substitute motion presented by.
It was a main motion.
This is the main.
Sorry, it's the original. I apologize. I forgot you just made tweaks to the language. So this is on the original motion with the caveat of additional language added by School Board Member Mike Goday.
The motion carries.
Thank you. At this time, we will move on to item C3, Innovation Idea Public Schools Contract Renewal. Consideration of a request for the initial renewal of a contract with Innovation Ideas Public Schools System. At this time, can we entertain a motion?
Oh, she just took mine off. I was trying to see. I will move, as I did before, with to implement the recommendation of the superintendent with the additional language that we added to the other items. I was going to read it, but it got pulled off the screen before I could read it.
That's okay. Can you please read, Attorney Shemley? 1 second.
So I want to make sure we get some clarity around this. You're making the same motion that you made for the first two schools,
Yes,
correct?
if you pull up the presentations so I can see it, I'd read it from the last item.
If you go into the,
And the reason I'm asking Mr. Goday is the superintendent's recommendation is not the same as in the first two items.
I understand.
I want to be sure about that.
Here it is, okay. And we are on IDA Public Schools? Innovation, I'm sorry. So I move that we approve the recommendation of the superintendent for the initial renewal of the contract with Innovation, IDEA.
So let me help you a little bit. You're not moving, the superintendent's recommendation, I believe, is for
3 years.
This is innovation.
Innovation, I'm sorry. Yes, go
But
ahead.
it's subsequent.
Okay.
Yes.
I move that we approve the recommendation of the superintendent for the initial renewal of the contract with IDEA Innovation for 3 years, with the provision that IDEA Innovation and EBR staff report back to the board at the April Committee of the Whole a review of plans and progress toward achievement in each and every category. Where it does not meet was earned in the recent evaluation. Where there is a disagreement between IDEA Innovation and EBR Systems, that report to include progress toward agreement on the definition and measurement of all items, with the further condition that no final contract shall be approved before each agreement is reached.
Thank you. Can I get a second? Or is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by School Board Member Patrick Martin. At this time, I would like to call up Mr. Brickhouse to do the presentation on behalf of the East Baton Rouge Parish School System.
All right. So we're looking at Idea Innovation. Their academy principal is Mackenzie Price. Their college prep principal is Ms. Ashley Taylor. The school opened in August of 2018. They currently serve kindergarten through 10th grade, and they currently have an enrollment of 894 students. All right, let's look at their academic data. In 2019, they received a C with a school performance score of 66.2. In 2021, they received a school performance score of 46.9. Of course, there was no letter grade associated with that. In 2022, their school performance score was 50.4, which equated to a letter grade of a D. Their assessment score was a 28.5, which is an F, and their school progress index was a 75.1, which is a B, and that is important because, as we know, according to our policy, if a school has a D and they have received a C in subsequent years, and their progress grade is at least a B or an A, they should be eligible for renewal. And that's directly out of our policy. So although they did not meet the minimum renewal expectation of a C letter grade, they did meet it according to that policy. Let's look at their financial data performance. In 2022 and 2023, they met 2 out of 4. They did not meet in 2 out of 4 categories. And in 2020 and 2021, they did not meet in 3 out of 4 categories. They did not meet in the areas of external audit performance, as well as timely submission of budgets, audits, and financial reports. And in 2020, they did not meet in reference to their fund balance. They had a negative fund balance. Looking at their organizational data, they did meet their indicators in 13 out of 9 areas. They did not meet it in reference to re-enrollment rate, which of course has to be 80% for all charter schools. Their re-enrollment rate was at 66%. In reference to their school recording and data, they particularly in J Campus, they had missing grades. They received a letter of noncompliance in October 17, 2022. They had missing grades in April 25th of 2022, and they had students without schedule as of August 4th, 2022. In addition, they did not meet in the economically disadvantaged of federal programs area. This area, of course, is tied to our Title I funding. There are particular indicators that they must adhere to, as all schools in the district must do. They did not have the district school-based policy. It was missing in their folder, as well as their back-to-school agenda and sign-in sheets, as well as were all missing in their folder. Finally, they also received a letter of noncompliance for 504s. They had many 504s had expired and that had not been renewed. And additionally, as well as, in reference to adhering to state policies, they did not adhere to Act 466, which is a failure to post information on the website relative to granting parents access to instructional material, and Act 67, which is a failure to provide documentation of school bullying program implementation. Finally, they did not adhere to the BESI approval state policy bulletin, particularly with the fact that they promoted 2 students who should not have been promoted. These students were in the 7th grade. They were promoted to the 9th grade. According to state policy, all students must sit for the 8th grade LEAP assessment. So you cannot promote a student from 7th grade to 8th grade to 9th grade without sitting for the LEAP assessment. So that was a letter of noncompliance for that. In reference to the final recommendations, as far as academic performance, they did receive a letter grade of a D. However, because they have received a C in subsequent years and their progress report score is at least a B or an A, they meet the rationale to be renewed based on academic performance. They made 50% of their indicators in reference to the financial performance, and they only made 68.4 of their indicators met in the organizational performance. And that is the report.
Thank you, Mr. Brickhouse. At this time, we'd like to call up the presenters for IDEA Public Schools Innovation.
Greetings, President Lannis, Vice President Powell, Superintendent Narcisse, and the EBR greater community. I am Dr. Clifford Wallace, Executive Director for IDEA Public Schools, Louisiana, here in Baton Rouge, and I stand before you tonight to urge the EBR School Board to renew both IDEA Bridge and Innovation. And I know that this motion is just for innovation, but I'm just speaking for both as the Executive Director. For 3 years. We recognize the board will review and vote on each school renewal separately, so my remarks will speak to both campuses. Then you will hear from staff, parents, and leaders of both campuses at the appropriate time. The mission of IDEA Public Schools is to prepare students from underserved communities for success in college and citizenship. In Baton Rouge, we have the right team in place to deliver on the mission and the motto. We have results that speak to the progress we have made within our schools, and we have a strong connection with our families that make Bridge and Innovation assets to the EBR community. Prior to joining IDEA Schools, I was the founding principal of Advantage Charter Academy in Baker, Louisiana. Over the 4 years at Advantage, my team and I were able to put together school performance and increase letter grades by 2 letter grades in recognition and receive state recognition as a top Gaines honoree school. The track record, along with the IDEA School leadership team with deep roots in Baton Rouge, will provide transformational outcomes to our students at IDEA Bridge and Innovation. IDEA's mission and motto offer a vital choice to the East Baton Rouge families. Through structured, challenging coursework, IDEA programs maximize our students' choices beyond high school. Nearly 100% of our students have taken Algebra 1 in the 8th grade, setting them up for strong, high academic foundations in mathematics and critical thinking, as well as allowing them access to high-level math courses. In our college prep high schools, nearly 100% of the 9th and 10th graders take all AP classes. AP exposes our students to rigorous instruction, relevant, engaging content, and possible college credit that can make college a more financially feasible opportunity. In fact, IDEA sent nearly 100% of our seniors to college over its first 15 years, and we plan to continue that great tradition right here in the state of Louisiana with our current 10th grade class, the class of 2025.
That class of 2025 is counting on you, the EBR school board, to renew them so that they can continue their high school journey. Although Idea Bridge and Innovation are relatively young schools, opening just one school year prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have made encouraging progress. In our first year of operation, the Louisiana Department of Education named Bridge and Innovation as top GAIN honorees in 2019. That first year, Idea Innovation earned the third highest growth percentage in the entire state. Idea attained these notable gains even as our students entered us with scores far below EBR and state averages. We have no doubt that our trajectory in our first year would have continued upward if the COVID-19 pandemic had not disrupted our students, education, and shaken our entire community. The gaps and dips in the data before you illustrate the need for recovery. However, the data is not a current snapshot of the recovery that is indeed underway in our schools. At both Bridge and Innovation, we have identified our students who have the most grounds and gaps to make up academically, and we are directing all of our resources to them at every grade level. As one example, we are seeing gains in our after-school tutoring, and we'll be continuing this intervention program to close all gaps for our scholars. Your decision tonight affects more than 2,100 scholars in the East Baton Rouge Parish, enrolled at both Idea Bridge and Innovation. It also impacts the more than 950 students who have applied to join our schools for next school year, despite our current SPS. Our community believes in Idea Schools and our ability to deliver on our promises. Tonight, we are asking you, board members, to believe in us as well. From this point, you will hear from speakers from the Innovation Leadership Team as well as staff. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Wallace. At this time, I'd like to entertain comments from our board. Seeing in the queue, we have Vice President Carla Powell.
Thank you so much for sharing your comments. I did have a question. I noticed that you mentioned that many of your high school students are enrolled in AP classes. Have you guys received any statistics or data to support the passage rate of the AP exams?
Currently, with our model, the Idea model is K-12. So it's two schools within one school. We have a K-5 school, which we call our academy, then 6 through 12 we call college prep. Two schools within one school, but two separate leadership teams. So right now, with us only adding up to 10th grade, students will take the AP exam for the first time this coming spring. So we're getting them exposed, but the Idea model is AP for all.
Going to speak to some recent data that we actually went over today in our, I'm Ashley Taylor. I'm the principal of our middle and high school. This is my first year as principal. I was an assistant principal last year, and I moved up this one year. So I actually have the AP teacher right here, AP Human Geo and AP World History. But today we had a progress to goals data meeting, and I just want to name some of the incredible data that this teacher, Dr. Maiden, has been able to produce. So today we noticed that only 12% of our EL population, and we have probably a 33% EL population is pretty large. Only 12% of those students did not perform at basic or above on their AP semester exam. Also 50% of our EL, so we have 50% that are performing at basic or above, and the other 50% that's at approaching basic. Also, I want to name that we have 77%, overall 77% of our students taking our AP World History exam, AP exam, were basic and above. So as it relates to AP, I'm going to open the floor to Dr. Maiden, but we are seeing significant gains in our students. Even our EL students, first year students into the country, first year Honduran immigrants that are coming in that are actually performing, largely in part because of Dr. Maiden.
Good evening. As Ms. Taylor said, I'm Dr. Maiden. I am the AP teacher at Idea Innovation. And to piggyback off of her data on AP exams, last year, our 9th grade students did exceptionally well on the AP exam. We had 2 students who actually passed on the national level, so they scored 3 or above, and they will receive college credits for that. We had 22 students who were less than 5 points from scoring a 3 on the exam, so that means they were considered 2.5 students. And this year for World History, based on the semester exam data, I would like to add to what Ms. Taylor said. When we look at our IDEA model overall or nationally, our IDEA campus had the highest passage percentage rate on the semester exam, which is indicative of how they would score on the AP exam.
Thank you. I appreciate you sharing that. As a former AP teacher, you all, that 2.5, for those who don't know, that means that those students are on the projection to be college bound or college prepared. It is also very exciting to hear about any students who are scoring at the right level to get the college credit right now. But thank you for answering my question. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Does that conclude your comments, Vice President Powell? Thank you. Next in the queue, we have School Board Member Mike Gode.
Yes, thank you. Sir, could you please come up to the mic? While you're coming up, a couple of comments I'd like to make since this school is in my district. They are located right near the Gardere area, and most of their students, or many of their students is probably a better way to say it, come from the Gardere area. You also heard them speak about 35% plus on English language learners. That is a very difficult segment of the population to work with. They're very capable segment of the population, but it's difficult to get over the language barriers, particularly because I attend Gardere Initiative meetings and things like that. There are many of the parents who don't speak English, which makes it even more difficult as you work through that. So I applaud the challenge that you guys have taken and are working very hard, even though this renewal causes me some concerns and some issues, but I'm trying to temper that by the task that you're undertaking. One of my major concerns, though, has been and maybe I'm mistaken, so I want to give you the chance to correct this. It seems like there has been a tremendous turnover in principals at the schools. Can you talk about the principals? Because you've had 5 years, and I think there's been 4 principals of the academy in those 5 years, or am I wrong?
What I can speak to is what I know, and I've been employed by Idea School since October 31st. And so from my knowledge, Ashley Taylor, who just told you she was the assistant principal at College Prep last year, this is her first year as principal. I'm not aware of how many times changes have occurred before Ashley Taylor. At the academy side, Mackenzie Price, this is also her first year as principal.
And so one of my concerns is, you're confirming exactly what I said. There seems to be a lot of turnover in the management of the school, and it's difficult and I'm not, maybe you have the exact right people in place right now, but that is a concern that I just wanted to put out there. The continual churn of leadership is not good for students, not good for faculty as you go through that. So I just encourage you guys to do as much work as you can to get some stability in leadership, because I think that's been one thing that's been holding your school back
I appreciate
more
your
than
comments.
anything else.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Board Member Gode. Next, we have Board Member Mark Ballou.
Thank you, President Lannis. I just had a quick question for staff regarding the financial piece on the annual external audit performance that does not meet. Does that mean there was no external audit done, or just that it didn't? I'll just wait.
Mr. Brickhouse, Ms. Boudreaux, can you come on? Board Member Ballou asked a question about the external audit. Is that the indicator you're discussing?
Yes, he wants to know, was it done or was it just excluded?
We're going to defer to Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you. Ms. Kelly.
It was just not submitted on time. It was submitted. It was completed.
Okay, that's
Close your comments? Okay. Seeing no further comments from our board, at this time I will go to the public. First, I will read the comment cards. I only ask that our general public please bear with me. As you can see, I have a stack of cards to get through. Okay, yes. And all of these cards are in reference to C3, Innovation Idea School. First up, we have Mr. Kenneth Campbell, who says he speaks in favor of the recommendation to renew. Next, we have Ms. Alethea Black, who opposes the recommendation to renew. Next, we have Mr. Jesse Jackson, who supports the recommendation to renew. Followed by Mr. Reginald Stewart, who supports the recommendation to renew. Followed by Ms. Stephanie Patton, who supports the recommendation to renew. Followed by, I'm sorry, this is the card. Followed by Ms. Shalonda Mames. I'm sorry if I mispronounce anyone's name. Please charge it to my head, not my heart. She supports the recommendation to renew. Ms. Rashida McCallop opposes the recommendation to renew. Ms. Jada McNabb supports the recommendation to renew. Mr. Antonio Delaney supports the recommendation to renew. Ms. Sharonda Cooper Epps supports the recommendation to renew. Ms. Catrice Terrence supports the recommendation to renew. Ms. Latoya Batley supports the recommendation to renew. Ms. Whitney Webster supports the recommendation to renew. Ms. Denisha Milton supports the recommendation to renew. Ms. Chandra White supports the recommendation to renew. Jordan Corrett supports the recommendation to renew. Dr. Tiffany Maiden supports the recommendation to renew. Ms. Tanya Lavelle supports the recommendation to renew. Mr. Robert Gardier Jr. supports the recommendation to renew. Ms. Gabrielle Lennon supports the recommendation to renew. Ms. Deborah, can't pronounce that last name. I think it says Webster. Okay, supports the recommendation to renew. Thank you. I think this is the principal. Principal Adula supports the recommendation to renew. Kendall Shaw supports the recommendation to renew. Michelle Ramsey supports the recommendation to renew. Leslie Bishop supports the recommendation to renew. Kashawn Thibodeau supports the recommendation to renew. Courtney Peterson supports the recommendation to renew. Emily Nichols supports the recommendation to renew. Stacy Jonas supports the recommendation to renew. Drawn Singleton supports the recommendation to renew. Alexa Wynn supports the recommendation to renew. Crystal Forte supports the recommendation to renew. Tanisha Andrews supports the recommendation to renew. Kiana Snowden supports the recommendation to renew. Leslie Spencer supports the recommendation to renew. Sonia Graves supports the recommendation to renew. Jaden Joseph supports the recommendation to renew. I have a card that does not have a name, but it supports the recommendation to renew. Donna Brown supports the recommendation to renew. Tiffany Holloway opposes the recommendation to renew. Kiara Bluen supports the recommendation to renew. I think it says Cromwell supports the recommendation to renew. Galen A. White supports the recommendation to renew. Delunda Tolliver supports the recommendation to renew. At this time, I'll now go to comment cards that wish to speak. First, we have Dr. James Finney.
Thank you. First, let me point out that there is one IDEA charter. They operate 3 schools under a single contract. I'm not sure you can legally renew one without renewing the others. So basically, you're deciding tonight whether to immediately put a $36 million annual weight on your budget. You just got elected to run public education in this parish or in this district. Do not let a bunch of people without an investment in this parish operate the schools. Blue Cross Blue Shield and Oxner executives who aren't elected aren't the people that should be running the schools in this district. If these schools were considered collectively, there would be no chance that anyone would get a renewal. It would be resounding D or F. Bridges scores are lower than Innovations, and the ones on Plank Road are much lower still. So exactly, think about this before you vote 8-1 to write the blank check for another 3 or 4 years. Exactly how bad does a charter have to be both in terms of academic performance and those pesky little details like getting all the paperwork right? Just how awful does a school have to be before you will vote to shut them down? Apparently there is no bottom line, because I don't remember this board ever failing to renew a charter that was requested. Now, there's some folks who hope you remember that in a little while when you get to emerge. But with respect to IDEA was a mistake. What happens if you give this school a renewal and you shut Bridge? Is Innovation suddenly going to have a pod right behind the Amazon building? Are they going to look to Charter Schools USA for how to avoid the law? Think about it. There are a whole bunch of students that need to find out tonight that they need to figure out a public school run by public employees and administered by a publicly elected board where they can go to school next year. Because these IDEA schools should close. You have an obligation to look at the data, determine that these students would universally be better off in publicly operated schools run by publicly elected folks. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Feeney. Next, we have Patty McRae, followed by Ariana Brown.
Patty McMurray, and I'll wave.
Thank you. Next, we have Ariana Brown, followed by Lakeisha Robineau.
Hi, I'm Ariana Brown. I'm currently a social studies teacher at Ideal Innovation, and of course, I do recommend for renewal. Someone asked the question of all of the changes in the academy principles. I have been at Ideal Innovation for the last 4 years, and I did witness all of the change. And I feel as though sometimes when things don't work, change should happen. I've seen so many times in education systems where you guys are kind of scared to let go leaderships, but sometimes everyone isn't put in position that they should be leaders. And I think that we did a good job of identifying that and regrouping and rebirthing our system, just from what I witnessed. Secondly, Ideal Innovation, we do service the undermined community, and especially we do a well service in the Gardia area to the ELL students. With EBR, what I've witnessed in the last 4 years, we are offered little to none of resources when it comes to actually servicing that community. So we do our best, and we have grown them, and the data shows. That is all.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Lakeisha Robineau. Robichaux, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Frederick Hamilton Jr., followed by Dana Henry.
Good evening. How are y'all doing this day? Oh, I will. I appreciate it. All right. This is my first year at Idea Innovation. Now, what I can say is coming into education, I did have a big heart, and my ability to be able to have and be trusted with educating somebody's child, but it wasn't until I came into Idea Innovation who laid out their mission. The principal, Ashley Taylor, who was my teacher coach back at Iberville Charter back in 2021, she laid the floor work for me and have gave me the confidence to not only set high expectations for my kids, but as the Algebra 1 teacher for Idea Innovation and College Prep, more specifically 8th grade, my EL students, many of them exceed expectations. I don't think there's any team, despite the challenges that we have, I don't think there's a principal in our current leadership led by her that I would rather go to war with in not only raising our expectations, reaching our goals, but exceeding those goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dana Henry? I'm sorry. Okay, Mr. Dana Henry, I apologize. Next we have Dr. Alicia Gibson.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Alicia Gibson, and of course I recommend that the charter be renewed. I currently serve as the interim principal at Idea Innovation Academy, only because the wonderful Mackenzie Price is on maternity leave, and I also hold the regional role of our regional literacy coach. What I appreciate is that there was a wonderful transition plan so that there was consistent leadership, qualified leadership in order to continue the reins while she was out. I come with over 25 years of experience. I've taught in East Baton Rouge Parish schools, overseas, and some other areas. I've been a lot of places and I've seen a lot of things. But one thing I can tell you about innovation, they're innovative. Something called critical student intervention, where direct instruction is happening every day. Kindergarten through second grade are getting everything that they need to be ready with the foundation to read and write and be literate. They're taught to think critically. Moving on into third, fourth, and fifth grade, I see passionate educators every single day. We are myopically focused on hitting the mark every single day to raise the test scores and make sure that our students are ready for life beyond our four walls. So those are my short comments, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Seeing no other cue cards and seeing no other further public comments, at this time we'll now go back to the board. Seeing no one inside of the queue, I'm sorry, we have School Board Member Nathan. Oh, we have quite a few. School Board Member Nathan Russ.
The gentleman that presented from the school, if you could.
Dr. Wallace.
Dr. Wallace, thank you. Forgive me. My viewpoint, I think ultimately what's most important is that you're serving kids. That is your mission. And obviously you guys are going to be working to fulfill that mission. You have a different population there. I lived for about 3 years in that area, so I'm familiar. As I'm looking through the report that we have here, my concern and my encouragement for your organization is that it shows a lot of administrative issues in the school in terms of where you're failing to hit the rubric. And so what that says to me is overall competency overall, not of people, but as an organization is not as high as you would like. And obviously you have some challenges. You just came in October 31st, I think you said. You've got a new principal. What I would encourage you is if your charter renews, obviously because of the motion that's been presented, you're going to be asked to come back before the board in April. I would encourage you to look at your systems for how these issues are dealt with and ensure that you've got strong systems to prevent this from happening in the future. I think that's going to give the board a lot more confidence in that area, so that we don't see, a lot of this stuff in which we did not meet the criteria last year. I think could have easily been remedied if you're aware of it. Most likely, I would think.
Is Dr. Cottrell in the audience, Dr. Jeff Cottrell? This is the superintendent of Idea Schools, so I would like for him to kind of comment on what you just said.
Please.
Move that up a little bit. Good evening, Board President Lannis, Dr. Narcisse, members of the EBR board. Pleasure to be here. To your question, Member Russ, absolutely right. There's an opportunity for us to be better. But I will tell you, I think that there is an opportunity for us to understand where we can be better too. And my request is that there's an opportunity to engage with the EBR school system to better understand the data, because it was last week that I was able to join a meeting here on Wednesday, at which point in time I was provided an overview of the data, and I asked many questions regarding the data, the underlying factors and indicators that bubble up into the does not meets, into the meet some, and I was provided inadequate responses. And quite frankly, if we didn't meet, we're going to own it all day long, and we'll fix it. When we come back in April, it'll look different. It'll look different when we come back for a renewal again. But I think what's critical here, is absolutely critical, is that this is a partnership. That's what I heard earlier. I think partnership between a local district and a charter school. We want to forge that. We want to partner with you, and we want to understand how we can actually partner in a way to meet every indicator that is expected of our school system. And I will say, I've been a traditional school superintendent. I've also worked at a state department and worked in force statute for a number of years. I've closed down traditional school systems in that role. I've closed down charter schools in that role. But in each one of those situations, there was clarity and expectation. There was clarity in the communication and the data. And so my request is, help us understand how we can improve. There's certainly academic results that need to be improved. But I'll tell you, we've got a ton of people here. We've got a lot of cards there, Board President. I believe in this staff. I believe in what we do as a school system. I believe in our scholars. Member Godet, doesn't matter where students come from. We're going to stand and deliver for them. But we just ask for the opportunity to partner better with East Baton Rouge. And I will tell you, I've only been employed with the school system for about 7 months now. There's an opportunity to engage and partner in strength to deliver, because we educate nearly 3,000 students in this community. We want to get it right. We want to get it right to your standard, because ultimately that standard creates opportunities in a future for our scholars, this community that we want to be true. And so my request, as we work through the data, because I'll poke holes in it all night long, like, how do we have a consolidated audit for 2 different schools that's submitted to y'all, but we have a does not meet for one and a meets for the other when it's the same audit? Matt, but my point is this. If we could sit down and have a conversation around the data and the underlying indicators, I'm happy to explore and remedy it. And I'll make that commitment to you, sir, tonight, and all of you, to the point when we come back with a provision to report back in April, we're happy to. Happy to come back in a year from now and discuss renewals, off cycle, on cycle. We're happy to report back to you on progress that we've made and the results that we're delivering on and the indicators that we will meet and the scholars will lift up for this community, for their families, for you. I'm willing to take more questions, but I'll also step away. We've got other questions for other folks.
Thank you for your comments. Frankly, that's what I wanted to hear. And, you know, it is the policy of this board that we conduct annual review of every charter. And from what I'm understanding, we have failed to do that in the past. And that is something that myself and I believe other board members are going to consider a priority in the future, because I believe that not only does the board have a fiduciary responsibility to do that, but we have a responsibility to you to hold you accountable and for you to be able to communicate with us. And I believe, you know, inspect what you expect. And so I look forward to, if renewed, what you can do to show what your organization is capable of. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just remind board that please be cognizant of policy of time. Each board member has 5 minutes unless we enter into a substitute motion or unless it comes back to our board. So I just want to make sure we remind you of time because we are now almost 1 hour and 30 minutes before we hit our meeting deadline. Thank you. Next up, we have Vice President Carla Powell.
I would just like to speak to the realities of not only charter schools, but the community of education as we stand today in 2023. I've heard quite a few positive sentiments of the IDEA family tonight, just with this one item. And within this, what I want to encourage and challenge you to is, I've heard some mention that they have started pretty much their employment with IDEA within the last year. In order for you to see the progress that you hope to see, you have to commit to really sticking to what you're saying. So when you come back in a year, the retention model should show that this same young lady who is our regional literacy coach and serving as the interim principal, we still want to see you. Superintendent, we still want to see you. Principals and executive director, we still want to see you. That's the way that you grow your school. If you continue to have a revolving door as far as employment is concerned, then you'll be back at the table, we'll be back visiting the same conversation. But if if you make the commitment within your personal selves to stick with what you're working on, you will see your school grow. So I just want to encourage you to do that in the case that the vote aligns with what you desire. You want to make sure that you make that personal commitment to yourself and to your school. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Powell. Next, we have School Board Member Patrick Martin.
Thank you, President Lannis. I just want to make a couple of comments. I think that we have charter schools because we believe that they should be expert at teaching the population that most needs the best quality of education that we have, that's available to them. They should specialize in educating populations like the population that IDEA serves. These numbers, this academic performance, shows that they're not doing a great job of that right now, to be frank. But I support renewal because I'm very cognizant of the havoc that COVID wreaked on our entire educational system, right? And it doesn't affect every school exactly the same way. But my daughter is in 4th grade. COVID hit at the end of her 1st grade, and I realized as we were struggling with school even last year that she had like one normal school year, kindergarten. That's it, right? Until this year. Right, because even 3rd grade last year started with masks and everything else, right, that really impacted those young kids who are in the prime of their time to learn to read and learn their language skills. And so I don't think that it's appropriate to overly harshly judge a school for struggling during that COVID period, particularly when they're serving a population that has the most challenges in terms of access to technology for virtual schools and things like that. So I support renewal, but I also want to be very clear that if we don't see very significant improvements in these numbers 3 years from now, I'm going to have a very different opinion of that. So that's my challenge to Dr. Wallace and the entire IDEA team. And then lastly, I would like our council to address a point that Dr. Finney made. Mr. Shamlin, is there one charter or are there 3 charters? Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, so there are 3 charter schools, 1 contract. At the inception of this, the board authorized charters for all 3 schools. Council at that time initiated 1 contract. We've had some discussions about the potential of breaking that contract into 3 prior to this. We felt like it would be best to wait for the board's action because this is a natural break. If the board were to vote to give us a renewal on this school tonight and make a decision on the next school, that gives us a natural break to then go ahead and offer 3 new contracts for the 3 individual schools going forward. So to answer your question, there's 1 contract now, but following tonight and going into the next several weeks, they'll be offered 3 separate contracts.
Okay, I think I'll be interested in having some more policy discussions about the appropriate approach there, because I can see pros and cons of one and versus multiple.
Sure. And the other thing to remember, Board Member Martin, is that when this was issued, there was no district charter policy.
Right.
So now we have a district charter policy which requires the assessment of each individual school. So that sort of changes the nature of it a little bit, and that's kind of why we probably need to move ahead with 3 separate contracts, but we could discuss that more later.
Thank you. That's all I have, President Lannis.
Thank you, School Board Member Martin. Next, we have School Board Member Cliff Lewis.
Mr. Wallace, and to all the IDEA administrative staff in the room, and I'm going to try to stay germane to the item.
Yes, sir.
But you operate 2 schools identical, K through 10. Your scores are basically identical, almost. I don't see a great deal of separation between the 2. You know, it just kind of boggles my mind that you guys are so closely related on both schools. So both of your schools are on life support from where I'm sitting. I understand the population that you serve. I've been struggling with this deal for about 3 or 4 days. You come in, you take over an organization, you say you've been here 7 months, 7 weeks? 7 months. 7 months. You didn't know what you were walking into when you walked into this?
Incorrect, sir.
Pardon me?
I absolutely knew what I was walking into.
Okay.
And I'll tell you, I believe in it. And I believe in what we do. I believe that we've had some missteps. But I believe that there's an opportunity. And we've made promises in this community. We've made promises to our families. We've made promises to our scholars. And while that data doesn't bear out that we are actually delivering upon those, I look forward to the day where we actually get to visit, and we are.
And I understand education is data-driven.
Yes, sir.
And I understand because I've lived it for 15 years. Sometimes the data doesn't reflect what's happening day to day in the building.
Sir.
Okay? I just hope you guys can pull it off.
Appreciate that.
Because if you don't, I just hope you guys can pull it off. I'm finished.
Thank you, School Board Member Lewis. We have one more comment from our board. School Board Member Katie Kennison.
I'd just like to add quickly, there is a lot of concern about the academic performance. I really do truly appreciate what you guys are doing at IDEA. It seems like you guys are really coming together and are standing behind your school. But I just quickly, in the renewal of a charter, which we're doing tonight, we're making this decision tonight. Under Section 1501B in the law, if I'm not mistaken, says no charter shall be renewed unless the charter can demonstrate at a minimum, using standardized test scores, improvement in the academic performance of students over the term of the charter school existence. I just wanted to remind everybody of that.
Does that conclude comments? School Board Member Kennison? Thank you. I'm going to enter the queue because I have comments of my own. Looking at the data across the board for all schools submitted tonight, there is one common thing that can be seen. COVID absolutely set a lot of our schools back. Not all of them, but a large majority of them. As I go through the data, judging from 2019 to 2022, I'll start with basis, even though we already voted on it because there's a point that I'm trying to make. In 2019, basis had an academic score of 88.7B. That dropped due to COVID in 2021, down to a 74.9C. That's a 14-point drop. And then we're able to recover and come back up 7 points to get a 81.2B. South Baton Rouge Charter in 2019, 58.3D. After COVID, dropped 8 points to 50.8F and were able to recover in 2022 with a 61C. IDEA Innovation, 2019, 66.2C, dropped 20 points down to a 46.9F and were able to recover by 4 points to make a 50.4D. IDA Bridge, even though we haven't made it there yet, dropped 55.5, so it had 55.5D, dropped 9 points and were able to recover with 3 points back to a 49.7. So I say this to say, again, COVID was an absolute indicator that schools have fallen tremendously due to that. And I take that into special consideration, but I will also say this to IDEA schools. For me, you all should strongly consider, if you are renewed tonight for either one school or two, to enter into corrective action. Because I do too stand with the sentiments of my board. While I appreciate all of the moves that you all are making to grow our students, we don't have time for excuses. Because at the end of the day, we're serving kids and serving families. And if you are lucky enough to get this renewal tonight, I will say the same thing and feel the same sentiments as my board members. If you come back in 3 years, and I want you all to hear me clearly, and this is any other school that has to come up for renewal that follows the same thing. If you come back in 3 years and we have the same issue, for me, it's not even a discussion. I'm voting no, because our students don't have time for us to try to figure this thing out. This is too important. We have too big of a job, and our school system is trying to right-size itself to make lives better for the citizens that we serve every single day. So I just wanted to be extremely clear about that, and I will stop my comments. I see we have Coach Lewis in the queue. Unfortunately, you have already spoken, so we won't be able to go back to you, Coach. I'm sorry. The board policy. Nah, we can't. Okay. Before we go to the vote, there were 2 cards inside of our comment box that were lost in translation, so I ask you all to please excuse me. At this time, I would like to go back to public comments, and there were 2. I will ask Ms. Angelica Presley to come to the mic, followed by Ms. Karonda Corley. No Presley? Ms. Okay. You speak in favor? I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. All right, you said to refer to the emails from Ms. Aletha Black, please. Gabriel Black, auntie, student of Idea Schools. Yes, ma'am, we will take that into consideration, and I'll be sure that if that email has not been disseminated to our board, I'll be sure to make sure that it does. Thank you. Ms. Karonda Corley.
Karonda Corley, parent, disabilities advocate, Corinth Corley, self-advocate. I would like to speak about a personal experience we had. We actually went and attended an Idea Charter School board meeting. In fact, the one that we went to was on Plank Road. And after that board meeting, I actually had the opportunity to speak with some of the people that work there, and I inquired about how can a child with a disability actually be able to be accepted into that school, and they told me that they do not accept certain children with certain disabilities. Talk about discrimination to the fullest.
1 second, Ms. Corley. Can we stop the time?
Stop my time, April 2:21.
We're only speaking germane to the item, which is Idea Innovation. So I understand you went to another school. Those rules may be different.
It was Idea.
You said it was innovation. You said on Plank Road. That's not innovation.
Plank Road. I know, but I'm about to get to that one.
So you have to keep it germane to the topic.
I am. 2:21, April, because it's showing 2:17. Okay, so then after being told that at that one, I started going to all the different schools, all of the different charters. And to my surprise, I was informed that they were not taking children with disabilities, that they actually were saying that depending on the child's disability, they would not accept them. So that right there is discrimination. So how do you fix that, right? Well, I went to LDOE and spoke with Bessie in regards to trying to fix it. And so I had the conversation with Meredith Jordan and Mr. Lambert in regards to these schools. And I started naming the schools, each one and each date that I went to each and every last school, because I made sure I documented who I spoke with and what they actually said. It is a problem when we say that we want to renew a contract for any entity that is federally discriminating against children. We talk about every student every day. That's our motto. How can we renew a contract for somebody that don't want to accept every student every day? We can't. We can't. What will you tell my child if I wanted to enroll him there? Because they fall up under EBR, which means even though they have their own board, you still legally will be held liable. So what would you tell them? The feds don't care about their other board. They go care about what I file against you. Now, the ACLU and I, we've come before y'all many times before, and the ACLU have let y'all know that we work on the same side. Don't get it twisted and think that I'm sitting idle today and that I'm not going to file something. I can wait until the ink dry, but I make sure that it will be in court and it won't go to 19 JDC, because when you talk about discrimination based on disabilities, that's federal. That is federal. Now, I do have proposals because I come with solutions all the time. Our school system currently have a vacancy of more than 200 positions. We can let IDEA public schools give severance pay to all that staff and go ahead and close in May like Democracy Prep and bring all that staff on board with our school system. We can offer them the same bonuses that we were already offering, and those children can have a real true chance, a real true choice, a real true opportunity at education. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corley. Seeing no further public comments at this time, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving forward with our next agenda item, C4, Bridge IDEA Public Schools Contract Renewal. Consideration of a request for the initial renewal of the contract with Bridge IDEA or IDEA Public Schools. Can I entertain a motion?
My turn again. Yes. I would like to move that we negotiate a one-year extension with IDEA Bridge, with the provision that IDEA Bridge and EBR staff report back to the board at the April Committee of the Whole meeting, a review of plans and progress toward achievement of each and every category where it does not meet was earned in the recent evaluation, where there is a disagreement between IDEA Bridge and EBR systems, that a report to include progress toward an agreement on definitions and measurement of all items, with the further condition that no final contract should be approved before each agreement is reached.
I'd just like to inform the board that with my recommendation, if that is considered, I'd like to make sure that for that extension year, if the board chooses that because this school is an F, that we have a quarterly report that they do concerning their performance if up to the year that they would be reconsidered for that year, if that's what the board chooses.
That's totally fine with me. So so the motion would be committee of the whole in April, or you got it? Okay. I fully accept that.
The goal, the reason, just want to make sure just to share the reasoning. It's important that if the board considers to take a school that has an F to make an exemption, I want to make sure that we don't get back to this point, that we're not clear about their progress or not up to that time, because this school, as you'll see in the data as we discuss, has not been progressing. And I don't think that's the issue, but it seems that they are working to make some shifts. But if the board takes the recommendation, I'd like a quarterly report to the board, not just April, because they are an F school.
I will accept in my motion whatever Mr. Shamlin says needs to be there to make that happen.
Yeah.
Attorney Shamlin.
Just for clarity, a quarterly review, so all of the other motions included, started with a report at the April COW. Quarterly review would probably push a report sooner than that to get it 4 times in the year. So you'd like to start with starting with the COW? Okay.
It's already at the end of January.
All right. So the motion reads, a motion to approve a 1-year extension of the contract with the Idea Bridge Charter School with the provision that Idea Bridge Charter and EBR staff report back to the board a quarterly review starting with the April COW of plans and progress towards achievement of each and every category where it does not meet was earned in the recent evaluation, where there's a disagreement between the Idea Bridge Charter staff and EBR school system staff. The report to include progress toward agreement on the definitions and measurement of all items, with the further condition that no final contract shall be approved before each agreement is reached. I think the last term, no final contract to be approved, to give them a 1-year extension. So we need to remove that. I believe the contract probably needs to be negotiated if you're doing quarterly reviews throughout the year prior to. So we'll remove the last piece of that language. Let's take out.
Have we officially read the motion into the record?
Yes, I can read it one more time if you.
Yes,
think I
please.
need to. The motion is to approve a 1-year extension of the contract with Idea Bridge Charter School and with the provision that Idea Bridge Charter School staff and EBR school staff report back to the board with a quarterly review, starting with the April COW, the plans and progress towards achievement of each and every category where it does not meet was earned in the recent evaluation, and where there's a disagreement between the Idea Bridge Charter staff and EBR staff, a report to include progress towards agreement on the definition and measurement of all items.
Is there a second?
Mr. President, I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a substitute motion to renew the Idea Bridge Charter School for 3 years with the provision that the school and EBR staff report back to the board at the April Committee of the Whole, a review of plans and progress toward achievement of each and every category where it does not meet was earned in the recent evaluation, where there's disagreement between Idea Bridge and EBR systems that report to include progress toward agreement on the definition and measurement of all items, with the further condition that no final contract shall be approved before each agreement is reached, and with the further provision that there be quarterly reports on the academic progress that the school is making.
We have that for the record?
We're getting it.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we now have a substitute motion on the table, moved by School Board Member Patrick Martin, seconded by School Board Member Nathan Russ. At this time, I would like to call up Mr. Brickhouse and staff to present on behalf of the East Baton Rouge Parish School System.
Okay, the Idea Bridge information is as follows. The academy principal is Mr. Abdullah. The college prep principal is Ms. Webster. The school opened in August of 2018. It currently serves kindergarten through 10th grade and has 1,243 students. And looking at their academic performance, in 2019, their school performance score letter grade was a D. They had a school performance score of 55.5. In 2021, their school performance score was a 46.4, which of course there was no letter grade attached to that. In 2022, their letter grade was an F with a school performance score of 49.7. The K assessment index is 31.3, which is equivalent to an F. The progress index is a 70, which is equivalent to a letter grade of C. They did not meet the minimum requirement of a C letter grade for renewal. However, in addition, Idea Bridge was noted as an academically unacceptable school in 2022. In reference to their financial data, between 2021 and 2023, they had a meets all in 4 out of 4 categories. In 2020, they had a meets all in 3 out of 4 categories, with the only issue being the 2020 was a negative fund balance. As far as their organizational data, they met 12 out of 19 indicators. As far as their re-enrollment data, they needed to have 80% of their school re-enrolled. They only had 68.34%, which was not met. As far as suspension data is concerned, they had 18.69% suspension, which is well over the 10% national average, which includes a does not meet. As far as student recording and data entry, they had missing grades, had a missing grades letter October 17th of 2022. They had unscheduled students letter for August 4th, 2022. And they also had missing grades again in April 25th, 2022. As far as their subgroup performance is concerned, they have they have a negative subgroup performance academically and economically disadvantaged and African American. In addition, as far as the economically disadvantaged of federal programs is concerned, of course, as I said, there are requirements that are tied to Title I. They did not have they had no back to school documentation in their folder, and they also had missing student compacts in their folder as well. And as well as meeting a student population receiving services and supports, they had a 504 noncompliance letter that was given to them on October 18, 2022 for 504s that were expired, a significant number. In addition, in terms of board adherence to state policy and regarding governance and guidance compliance, they received a negative letter for Act 697 and on October 17, 2022, of course, which deals with failure to provide information on the website in reference to granting parents access to instructional materials, and also for Act 466 was a letter issued on August 22, 2022, which was a failure to provide documentation of the school bullying program being implemented. It is a recommendation to the board that Idea Bridge not be renewed to operate as a Type 1 charter. This is due to their academic performance, which is currently F with a school performance score of 49.7, which did not meet expectations. Although they had 100% indicators and financial performance, as well as a do not meet expectations for 63% of the indicators met as far as organizational performance.
Thank you, Mr. Brickhouse. At this time, I'd like to call up Bridge IDEA or Idea Public Charter Schools for presentation.
Greetings again, board members. Tonight you have heard from a lot of leaders, educators, parents, and our Idea family at whole. Renewing both charter schools for 3 years will allow us to fulfill on our promise to the East Baton Rouge Parish and graduate our first class of IDEA alumni-bound college students, the 119 sophomores that we currently service between Bridge and Innovation are counting on you. A 3-year renewal will also lead to the improvements necessary in accelerating learning lost in the pandemic by allowing thoughtful implementation of curriculum, teaching practices, and a culture of excellence for our IDEA community. Finally, a 3-year renewal for both schools will allow us to regain the momentum we had prior to the pandemic. It will allow us to meet our students' individual needs and get the most out of IDEA's intervention programs. It is because of everything that has been stated here this evening that on behalf of the IDEA school community, I humbly ask for your support for us to continue our vision to educate children within the East Baton Rouge Parish. We lead by our heads, our heart, and our feet. IDEA is devoted to scholars we serve. We have evidence that our program does work, and we will work steadfastly, unmovable, unshakable, until we meet academic excellence for not some of our students, but all of our students. Thank you for your attention and your serious consideration on voting yes for a 3-year renewal for both IDEA Bridge and IDEA Innovation.
Good evening. My name is Debrica Webster. I'm a founding member of IDEA Bridge College Prep. I started my career with IDEA as a founding teacher fellow in year 0, which is the year before we launched. I served as a critical student interventionist, assistant principal of instruction, principal in residence, and now I'm in my 2nd year as principal. And so as principal of IDEA Bridge College Prep, I am petitioning the board to fully renew our charter and give us another opportunity to fulfill our promise to families. We launched in 2018, committed to ensuring a 100% college acceptance and matriculation rate. Since that time, we have faced setbacks with closing gaps with students and COVID learning loss. Although our data is not where it needs to be, there are several highlights that I want to name as reasons to continue operating our campus. 1, our 9th and 10th graders are automatically enrolled in AP classes at Bridge College Prep, and all of our 8th graders take Algebra 1 without having to be tested in. 69% of our 8th grade students entered high school with an Algebra 1 high school credit. We offer field lessons and college experiences for our students. Just last year, our 8th graders took a trip to Alabama and our 9th graders to Atlanta. Our 6th and 7th grade students have field lessons locally here in Southern Louisiana and LSU, and we had 7th graders go to the University of Louisiana at Lafayette to build their college-ready experiences. We have Big Buddy afternoon mentor programs that have been successful at our campus, social emotional learning programs as well. Coach Collins is doing an incredible job with our scholars and athletes to keep them focused and staying at Bridge through high school. Our social worker, our student success advisor, and our coach have created partnerships with community leaders where we serve the communities during holidays and long breaks to provide resources for families who may not otherwise have them. Approximately 60% of our first graduating class are founding students. And we have partnered with LSU for our computing electives, which will set up students to earn a STEM diploma endorsement when they graduate. I believe that it's in the best interest of our community that we're building at Bridge to fully renew our charter. Additional resources, supports, and partnerships are helping Bridge scholars perform well in high school. Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Dahoyuddin Abdullah, and I currently serve as the Academy Principal for IDEA Bridge. Prior to serving as principal in 2016, I served as a math teacher for Baton Rouge Bridge Academy, where we merged with IDEA in 2018. The main purpose I want to name today is my goal and my role is to improve the academic standing for our students here in Baton Rouge. For the last 3 years, I've had the privilege of serving our Academy Scholars for Bridge. Despite being faced with significant changes and challenges within the last 3 years, including the COVID pandemic, our families have persisted with us. Bridge consists of more than 90% of students who receive free or reduced lunch. This statement alone should inform you that the work that we're doing at Bridge is to change the life trajectory for the students we serve, who come from the most impoverished areas of this community. In 2019, Bridge received the A Progress as well as Top Gains recognition. Considering that the world has experienced one of the most traumatic events of our times, I ask you to consider the following areas before you cast your vote. This is what we're doing to make academic gains. One, we're holding professional developments for staff that's based on mastery of student academic gains, as well as trauma-informed practices. We have a daily focus on student data, which is focused on exit tickets and assessment to determine what students are performing each day. We're having data conversations with our principals as well as our teachers so that we are understanding what are the true gaps that our students are facing. And just to note, majority of our students are facing 2+ years of learning loss. And that's the work we are challenged to close. Here is what our Bridge community has produced. As a founding teacher, we've had 3 other founding teachers from Bridge Academy that are now serving as assistant principals across our DIA campuses. All of those assistant principals are serving in the K-2 campuses, which is focused on the foundational reading gaps of our scholars. In addition, in 2021, we launched our campus farm, where we grow vegetables that is served in our school lunch as a healthy initiative part of our program. In 2022, we started our campus PTO, where our parents will be speaking today about the importance of being in this community. So as I say, Rome was not built in a day. I know we do not have time to waste on our children and education, but I ask that you cast a vote for more than 1 year, either 3 to 5 year renewal for IDEA Bridge. As IDEA Bridge principal, I humbly request that you cast a vote to continue our progress and work here. Thank you.
Thank you. With regards to our timeliness for our meeting, I have to make a slight adjustment. So I will say first, forgive me for stepping out of the room. I had to get clarity with our board attorney. But in regards to speaking time, I'm unfortunately going to have to cut the time down for not only our board, but also for public comments. Our board is now going to be adjusted to 2 minutes to speak, and our general public is going to be reduced to 1 minute to speak. And I'll tell you the reason why. Because if we don't get through this item tonight, we will unfortunately have to try to get through it on Monday, and we would have to make sure we get this vote taken care of before January 30th. Tonight we have a lot of cue cards, as you see in my hand, and this is just on this one particular item, and we still have another item that we have to get to. So I just want to be very clear as to why we have to make those adjustments, and not try to reduce 2 minutes from each side. To be fair, well, 3 minutes from board. So that's 2 minutes for board to speak, 1 minute for public comment. Okay, just want to be very clear about that. This time, I'll now go to our board, and we have Mr. Patrick Martin inside of the queue.
Thank you, President Lannis. The school's been open for 4.5 years. COVID has impacted 3 of those years. Thank you, Vice President Powell. The school's been open for 4.5 years. COVID's affected 3 of those years in a significant way. I'm not big on making excuses for failing to provide education to kids because of COVID, but it's a reality, and decisions were made that this school had no control over that affected that. As Mr. Lewis noted, this school and Innovation have virtually identical scores. Innovation had a 50.4, Bridge has a 49.7, right? That's the difference between a D and an F. It's a small numerical difference. And for that reason, I think a renewal is appropriate. I also think a renewal is appropriate because, as was noted previously, this is all under one contract right now. We might change that in the future, but right now it strikes me as incongruous to say because of 0.7 difference in the scores. One is going to be renewed for 3 years, and one is going to get no extension or a 1-year extension. I think a 3 year is more appropriate. I'd also point out that parents continue to choose this school, and I think that's very important for us to consider, and not lightly dismiss the fact that parents continue to choose to send their children here. In terms of why I believe a 3 year is more appropriate than a 1 year, I think a 1 year basically sends a signal that this school is unlikely to continue, which will have significant impact on its ability to provide the consistency that several of the board members have noted this evening, and to have the teachers have the certainty that they will still have some jobs. You know, if you say you've got 1 year and you're under a microscope the entire year and you have one hiccup, it's gone. Many teachers are going to look at that and say, I'm worried for my job. So with that, I do want to thank staff for their hard work. Even though it's their job to apply the policy as written, it's our job to step back and see whether there should be an alteration in the policy to account for the unforeseen circumstance that was COVID. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Martin. Next, we have Vice President Carla Powell.
Yes, if we could have Mr. Wallace to come forward once again, and it's just to answer a couple of questions while you walk. One being, what is a critical student interventionist? I think that the principal of the high school mentioned that that's one of her previous positions, and I wanted to know what does that term mean? And then also still asking about that AP exam data, and possibly even what is your data that supports your Algebra 1 students that take Algebra 1 as an 8th grader? Are they passing? Do they have a passing LEAP score?
So I'll answer the CSI question, and I'm gonna ask Ms. Webster to come back for the Algebra 1 question and
Okay.
AP question. CSI, critical student intervention. At Idea Schools, we identify all of our students and their learning levels. Any student that's identified as 2 grades or behind receive additional instruction aside from regular instruction. So they get interventionists. So we have identified all of our students in each of our schools that are 2 or more grade levels behind. They get their regular instruction, and then they get a separate interventionist to help close those gaps.
Okay, thank you.
Then Ms. Webster, if you can speak to AP and Algebra 1.
Yes, and I'll just add with critical student intervention, we currently have 45% of our critical students growing 1 or more year in their reading, and that was the goal for January. The goal is 50% of students to grow, and we have 45% of those students growing 1 or more as a progress monitor right now. And then, can you ask your question again about algebra?
AP exam data, and then Algebra 1 LEAP data when those students take the Algebra 1 as an 8th grader.
Yes, so AP exam data, we grew 14% from this time last year with semester exam data in AP. And so I believe that our students will be set up for success to get those college credits this year. We have a new AP World History teacher on staff who comes with us with experience with teaching both AP World History and AP Human Geography. And so we're excited to see more growth. But there was a 12% growth from this time. Right now, it's from this time last year with AP semester exams. And then last year, 69% of our 8th graders earned the Algebra 1 high school credit, counting approaching basic, mastery, and advanced students. And so we're on track to have 8th grade students earn that credit again this year.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Next, we have School Board Member Cliff Lewis.
Your principal, mic on. The principal made the comment that you guys were working to improve your academics, and he checked the box. I had questions, but he checked 3 of those boxes in his reply. Patrick, that's 1.3. That's the differential between the D and the F, 1.3. But here's my greatest concern. Your suspension rate is 18.6. If you're suspending them, you can't teach them. If they're sitting at home, they can't learn. Maybe we need some in-school critical interventions for that 18.6 kids who are getting suspended. Again, that's my biggest concern. You're suspending a bunch of kids. So if they're, and we know charter schools, do you have an alternative site to send them to? No, they're on the street. They're not in school where they should be learning. Please, can he respond? No, you can't. I'm sorry, you can't. No, you can't. All I'm saying is address the suspension rate when you come back. That's way above the average. That's atrocious in my book. I'm finished.
Thank you, Board Member Lewis. And I just say with respect for public comments, unless you're called for a particular question, you can't come back to the mic. So no problem. But I do understand the attempt to agree. Yes, sir. No problem. Next, we have School Board Member Nathan Russ.
So I just want to echo some of the comments that Board Member Patrick made about why this school should be considered for a three-year renewal as opposed to an extension. One being, I have a real problem with utilizing a gap in our policy to provide an extension where we need to remedy that issue in policy. I don't think that we should be taking advantage of the fact that we don't have a policy in terms of extensions. I think the board has plenty of authority to see that this charter stays within their contract without parceling out 1 year at a time. That's my personal opinion, which is why I support a 3-year renewal with the conditions that he stated. One big concern I have specifically with this site is the Section 504 compliance. Can someone from your team speak to what happened there? From what we understand, there was a number, as many as 20 or more students that were out of 504 compliance.
Yes, thank you for naming that. We did have a time when we had 20 or more students out of compliance, but since then, we've worked with our 504 coordinator to make sure we have a backwards plan to make sure none of those plans are expired, and we are currently up to date with all of our plans. Some of those gaps in that is that when we receive new students in the new school year, we don't always get their 504 records timely, and then when we get them, they've already expired from the previous school year. And so because they're our student, like it counts as expired for us, but we have created a backwards plan to make sure that that doesn't happen moving forward.
Thank you.
You have some time remaining. If that's to conclude your comments. Thank you, School Board Member Rust. At this time, I'll now go to public comment. I have quite a few public comment cards to get through. The first that I'll go through will be those who chose not to speak, but rather submit a card, rather in favor or against, and I'll read as followed. First, we have Jesse Jackson, who is in opposition of the recommendation. Kaloaka Stewart is in opposition to the recommendation. Sharonda Cooper Epps is in opposition to the recommendation. Jada McNabb is in opposition to the recommendation. Kimberly Converse is in opposition to the recommendation. Antonio Delaney is in opposition to the recommendation. Kentera Snowden is in opposition to the recommendation. Frederick Hamilton Jr. is in opposition to the recommendation. And by the way, these oppositions to recommendation is to the original to give a 1-year extension. So this is not for the 3-year 3-year substitute motion. Crystal Forte is in opposition to the recommendation. Alexa Wynn is in opposition to the recommendation. Drone Singleton is in opposition to the recommendation. Dr. Alicia Gibson is in opposition to the recommendation. Emily Nichols is in opposition to the recommendation. Comments, hoping for 3-year renewal. Courtney Peterson is in opposition to the recommendation. Comments, and hoping for 3-year renewal. Leslie Bishop is in opposition to the recommendation. Dorcas Martin is in opposition to the recommendation. Tiffany Lyle is in opposition to the recommendation. Jennifer Jackson is in opposition to the recommendation. Gabrielle Lennon is in opposition to the recommendation. I have a comment card, no name, but they are in opposition to the recommendation. Catrice Terrence is in opposition to the recommendation. Tania Lavelle is in opposition to the recommendation. Dr. Tiffany Maiden is in opposition to the recommendation. Jordan Corrett is in opposition to the recommendation. Chandra White is in opposition to the recommendation. Whitney Webster is in opposition to the recommendation. Denisha Milton is in opposition to the recommendation. Leslie Spencer is in opposition to the recommendation. Sonia Graves is in opposition to the recommendation. Collegia Johnson is in opposition to the recommendation. Ms. Misha Colbert is in opposition to the recommendation. Delandra Tolliver is in opposition to the recommendation. Ashley Williams is in opposition to the recommendation. Kiara Bluen is in opposition to the recommendation. Galen A. White is in opposition to the recommendation. H. Cromwell is in opposition to the recommendation. Eric Robert supports the recommendation. And Ladrisha Harris is in opposition to the recommendation. That concludes all comment cards that chose not to come to the mic. Now I will call up members to the mic. I will remind all members that you will have 1 minute to make a public comment. Again, all members coming to the mic will have 1 minute to make a public comment. The first two will be Corey Ryder, followed by Ken Campbell. Mr. Campbell has elected to not speak, but he opposes the recommendation. Following Mr. Corey Ryder will be Ms. Karonda Corley.
My name is Corey Ryder, and I am the Director of Governmental Affairs for the Baton Rouge Alliance for Students. At the Baton Rouge Alliance for Students, we believe that good charters can only be as effective in strong partnership with their authorizer and the authorizer's practices of good governance. That's why we support Mr. Martin's proposal to renew Idea Bridge for 3 years with conditions. 3 years is the minimum allowed by both state law and board policy, and would allow these schools to have complete performance data and implement any additional improvement measures to continue serving their roughly 1,200 students and families ahead of their next renewal period. A conditional 3-year renewal is not only a show of good faith, but one of fairness, and falls in line with precedent set by LDOE and BESI in 2022. As with all schools, charter partners like Idea Bridge were impacted by COVID and should be allowed to continue to rebound and serve our community.
Thank you.
I'm going to make my 1 minute count. We could just shut it down. They don't even need to go tomorrow. Just shut them down. Point blank, period. These idea schools didn't work in New Orleans, and they for sure not working here in EBR. Shut them down. They closed in New Orleans. There's a grandparent, there's a parent of a child that's in the lobby right now that can tell you how they shut down in New Orleans. They wasn't there but 3 years, if that. Shut them down. And Mr. Cliff Lewis, you talked about that suspension rate, expulsion rate that they have. Guess where them kids go? They don't go on the streets. They come back to our school system without the money. And then we have to educate them without the money to provide the supports that they need in order for them to receive a free, appropriate public education. We want to talk about some law? Let's talk about that problem. How about we make sure that every single charter scam system that come up here asking for a renewal, why don't we make sure that they send our money back to us every single time we get them kids back? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corley. Next we have, I'll say the last name, Asadola, followed by Coach Brian Collins. And forgive me if I mispronounce your name.
No, you said it correctly. Thank you. I'm a little nervous.
Okay.
Is it a clock?
Yes,
No,
ma'am.
stop it. Let me take a deep breath. Who's doing the clock?
That's okay. Take your time.
Okay. Last lady got me a little riled up. Okay, I just want to say, as a parent of a child with a disability, IDEA was the only school in the district, magnet or otherwise, that had a plan for her. I toured several schools. What are you going to do for what are you going to do for her? What is the plan? They all told me the same thing. She has to fail 2 consecutive grading periods. Then we're going to call in pupil appraisal. Then we're going to do something. I went to IDEA because I looked in the Baton Rouge parent handbook. IDEA had a B at the time. I went to IDEA, same thing. What are you going to do? Oh, no problem. Before we even start, we're going to assess her and we're going to teach her accordingly. They've been doing that. I had no problem idea whatsoever. And even when it comes to money, charter schools receive less funding than public schools. So we're doing just as much with less money. Don't close IDEA. Keep it open. Save IDEA. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Coach Brian Collins, followed by Dana Henry.
Good evening, board. My name is Coach Brian Collins. I serve in the capacity of the physical educational high school teacher as well as athletic director and a member of the lead team at Idea Bridge College Prep. I've been there with Idea Bridge since 2018. I heard previously that one of the board members said consistency is key. I've been there from the beginning. I've seen parents stick with us through everything from COVID to now. They entrust our kids with us because they know our mission is to make sure all our kids get to and through college. We all know when kids feel like they're successful, they'll put their best foot forth and do anything you ask them to do. Athletics at Idea Bridge has been one of many highlights we have for the student body, staff, and community. Community engagement is another spotlight. The promise that we made to our families when they entrusted their kids with us, I ask that you tonight renew our charter to allow us to continue to serve our kids moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Coach Collins. Dana Henry, followed by Sarah Harrell. I'm sorry. Mr. Henry waves. Miss Sarah Harrell, followed by Celestine Stewart.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Harrell. I serve as the school social worker, at one time shared between College Prep and Academy, but I'm currently the College Prep social worker. Since founding year, Idea Bridge can be described and has been described as an intensive care unit for our students and families. Just as a person needs supports to breathe, our student needs just that much support to learn. At Idea, we meet the needs of the whole child and family. We support them academically, socially, physically, emotionally, and sometimes environmentally. We have developed strong community partnerships to ensure that we're able to serve our families, but not only do we just serve our students and families, we serve the community as well. We are a hub for the Baton Rouge community. We meet the needs of our community by having annual giveaways. We also meet mental health needs. We also have fairs and things of that nature. So I strongly suggest that you consider the 3-year renewal.
Thank you so much. Celestine Stewart.
1,243. 1,243 students. We do not discriminate. My name is Reginald Stewart. I'm one of the founding parents of Idea Bridge Academy. I have 3 children that attend that school. 2 of them I didn't think would rise to anything. Idea Bridge showed me different. If y'all would you please stand? Idea Bridge. These are teachers, counselors, mentors. These are what is teaching our children. You all are going off of numbers. I'm on that campus 3 to 4 days out of a week. I can tell you what these teachers are doing, what these administrators are doing. The suspension level, they take on more kids, I apologize, they take on EBR kids that are kicked out. They are the ones that's taking the abuse that EBR refused to take.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sellers, Mr. Stewart, that's the time. But we
Thank
do
you.
appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Deborah Webster, followed by Mr. Abdul. Okay, both wave. Next, we have Ms. Lakeisha. I'm sorry, I don't want to mispronounce your last name. Robichaux. Okay. So that's Dr. Robichaux? No. Okay, just Ms. Lakeisha. Okay, making sure.
Good evening. Thank you so much. I am Lakeisha Robichaux. I am a board member, board chair of IDEA, and I have been a board member over 5 years with IDEA. Committed, passionate about the excellence, the success of the students. As you can see here tonight, we have, this room is packed. It's packed with parents, it's packed with the teachers that are invested in the students and the success of the students. It has been said many times tonight, I don't need to be repetitive about how COVID has impacted the success, the academics of the students. And we are asking that you give us another opportunity based off of Mr. Martin's proposal for 3 years. Because 3 years, if you know the infrastructure that has to be led to make a turnaround, 1 year is not enough to do that. We need 3 years so we can implement the programs, the resources that we have, continue to do that, and continue to go back to achieving the top gains that we had once again. So I'm just asking for your support, that you allow us to continue to do so. We want our babies to succeed. We want our team members to succeed as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. LaToya Batley, followed by Dr. Papillon.
Good evening. My name is LaToya Batley. I have 2 kids that attend IDEA Bridge, as well as a godchild that attend Bridge. My 2 are in 9th and 10th grade, and I have one that's in 5th grade. I chose for my kids to go to IDEA Bridge because I needed them to be in a they care for my kids academically as well as personally. My daughter was one of the founding students. She's among the first group of kids that transitioned from 8th to 9th grade. She's also going to be the first graduating class in 2025. They attend field trips to colleges out of state that they probably would not have if they were somewhere else. She is also in the top 5% of her class, and she was also elected Miss Ideal this year. I like Bridge because the staff have become more like a family, and any problems that we face is always taken care of. So I want them to stay open because I feel that they benefited my kids in many ways. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. The data that's displayed before you shows one thing, but our teachers show something different. We are revolutionary workers. We are in the trenches fighting for our students on a daily with every obstacle that they face. Without a vision, the people perish. Well, our parents have chose us. I looked at the data. We have 1,250 students on our campus. They chose us. We didn't choose them because they see the vision, they see the plan. So I call on you, leaders of the school board, to help us build a bridge into new heights. Let us go into the unknown with these students and let us remain open so that we can bring positivity to our students. A lot of our teachers are first generation college graduates. They are showing our students that a change can come and will come. For we see the brand new horizon. We ask for you all to join the board. I'm in favor of 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Papillon. Next, we have Patty McRae, followed by Melissa Grand. McMurray, I apologize. All right, so we have Miss Melissa Grand. Okay. With that last 2 waiving, that now concludes our public comments. At this time, I'll now go back to our board. Madam Vice President, Carla Powell.
Okay, thank you all. For those of you who have shared your sentiments about your school, I will go ahead and share what you all may have heard with the previous item. If we vote to renew, we really, really, really want to see improvements within these 3 years. If you come back in the 3 years and there's no improvement, there are no promises that we would renew again. The same thing with the statement about consistency and retention. In order for you to see those improvements coming from a teacher, myself, you have to remain consistent. You have to remain consistent. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I'll go back to public comment just one time. We lost another card in translation. Ms. Stephanie Patain was in opposition to the original recommendation for 1-year extension. That now concludes public comment. We have now wrapped up board comment. Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
This is on the substitute motion. Please
ma'am.
vote. The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We now move on to our last item of the evening, which is item C5, the Emerge School for Autism contract renewal. Consideration of a request for initial renewal of the contract with the Emerge School for Autism. Can I get a motion? Yes, no problem. We will suspend motion until audience has left out of the room.
Can I go there?
No, so give me 1 second, Board Member Gode. Okay. Okay, seeing that the audience is now at a calmer state with motion, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read the motion back again, and then I'm gonna call for it again, if that's okay with you, for the record.
Sure, but I'm gonna make.
Okay, that's fine. Just do this really quickly. Now we're moving on to item C5, the Emerge School for Autism contract renewal. Consideration of a request for the initial renewal of the contract with the Emerge School for Autism. School Board Member Gode.
Yes, I move to for the initial renewal of the contract with Emerge for 3 years, with the provision that Emerge and the EBR staff report back to the board at the April Committee of the Whole meeting a review of plans and progress toward achievement of each and every category where a does not meet was earned in the recent evaluation, where there was a disagreement between the Emerge charter and EBR systems, that report to include progress toward agreement on the definition and measurement of items, with the further consideration that no final contract shall be approved before each agreement is reached. And just to reiterate, I am proposing a 3-year renewal.
Okay. Thank you, Board Member Gode. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call up Mr. Brickhouse to give a presentation on behalf of the, I'm sorry, 1 second.
Can I make a substitute motion now, or do I have to wait?
No, ma'am, you can.
I can?
Yes.
I'd like to make a substitute motion to renew Emerge's contract for 5 years.
5? Is there a second? Calling for second. Last call for second motion. Substitute motion dies for lack of second. Back to the original motion. Now we go to Superintendent Cito Narcisse.
So in the last couple of days, we've heard a lot about various stakeholders about Emerge School, but I'd like to make sure that the public understands where we are in terms of their agreement that they've had with the board. The current data that is used at Emerge, there is a discrepancy between what their agreement is in their contract and then how they assess children. And although in the reporting, you'll see when our team shares that reporting, the challenge that we have in the current model is impossible to assess them in that current approach. And although I know there's been transitions of new executive director, the current leadership there did not create that original. But myself and some of our team had conversations. Based on that current contract and that data set, they would never meet the metrics for success. So as I shared with our folks, my recommendation is that they get a 3-year renewal. However, they must change the metrics in the contract to be similar to the way that we assess our children that have the same set of disabilities that they have around the IEPs and some of those other metrics. Because the unfortunate reality in their agreement, although I know it's a community that loves the school and engage, they will never meet that metrics. And I've met with their leadership team having that discussion. But the challenge for me as a superintendent is my job is to execute what the contract says, because that is what the board agreed upon. And so I'd like to change my recommendation that we give them a 3-year renewal contract. However, we must have clear performance metrics that align with the needs of the current students they have that are similar to the students that we have in our system to allow that school to be fairly judged. Because they are also a unique population based on the state, there is a lot of different shifts and changes, and what has put us in a different position is that it becomes challenging to evaluate them fairly. And that has been the challenge for me as a superintendent, as my job is always to execute on the policy and also what is in the contract. So I'd like to ask the board to reconsider a 3-year agreement renewal. However, with the conditions that I can sit with their team or our team to make sure that we allow them to fairly assess the special population of students that they have. And so then now they can come back. I still agree with the annual piece as well with April. I believe we should be doing it for all schools. And then to come back to be able to fairly assess the school's performance over time.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'll go back to the originator of the motion, Mr. Goday.
Yes, and I believe the way the motion is written, that would encompass that, because it talks about where we have disagreements on measurements and things like that, that we reach agreement on definitions and measurements, and that's as part of the final contract. So I believe we're covered.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
So I fully agree with your sentiment, 100%, but I believe we're covered.
Thank you, Board Member Goday. Board Member Katie Kennison, are you inside of the queue to speak?
Do we need to do the presentation?
No, yes.
first?
So I was just asking, because I was going to let you know that we're going to go to presentation, and I'm going to keep you in the queue, and then when it comes back to the board, I'll allow you that opportunity to speak. Okay. Yes, sir, go ahead.
I just want to share the presentation that you're going to see is based on their data set, is based on what is in their contract agreement. So I do not believe that gives a fair assessment on what their actual work is. And so I just want to make sure that the public is aware of that. And this is why I want to make sure that the board reconsiders my recommendation.
Thank you, Superintendent Dr. Cito Narcisse. Now I'll call up Mr. Brickhouse for presentation on behalf of the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. Thank you.
All right, saving the best for last. We're going to talk about the Merit School for Autism. We have the principal, Ms. Linda Brown. The school opened in August of 2018. It currently serves kindergarten through 3rd grade students and has has 48 students as a total population. And looking at their academic data was different from the other schools in the sense that there is no SPS score for this particular school or letter grade. So their academic data was based on their IEP goals. They had 5 IEP goals. Did the students meet the IEP math goal? Did students move up 1 or more rubric levels in the area of physical or motor growth? Did students meet their social emotional goals? Did students move up 1 or more rubric levels in the area of language development? And did students meet their IEP literacy goal? Only 27.9% of the students met their IEP math goal, so this objective was not met. Only 53.5% of the students moved up 1 or more rubric levels, so this objective was not met. Only 27, for the physical and motor growth.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brickhouse, can you give me 1 second? We did not get a physical report on this, but I am reminding all board members that if you go through board docs, you can find the actual documents to go along with it, just for their view. So I'm sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. Let me go back in terms of I just want to be very clear. Did the students meet their IEP math goal? It was only 27.9% of the students met their IEP math goal. In reference to did the students move up 1 or more rubric levels in the area of physical motor growth, there was only 53.5% of the students moved up 1 or more rubric levels. In reference to did the students meet their social emotional goals, only 27.9% of the students met the social emotional goals. In reference to the students move up 1 or more rubric levels in the area of language development, we had only 58.1% of the students move up 1 or more rubric levels. And finally, did the students meet the IEP literacy goal? We had only 32.6% of the students meet their IEP literacy goal. Now, just so that you're clear, this was done by this audit was done by our exceptional education department. They went in and audited the the IEPs based on what their original goals were. As you see, state the eMERGE contract includes 5 performance objectives in which the founding staff set a goal that students would receive between 70 to 80% as far as goal attainment. In reference to their financial data, eMERGE received that meets all in 4 out of 4 categories. They met all of their indicators between 2020 and 2023. As far as their organizational data is concerned, they met 16 of 18 indicators. They achieved everything on the first page. The only indicator that they did not meet on the second page was student records and other state required data reporting. They had a letter of non-compliance on April 25th of 2022 for data stored at J Campus, and a letter of non-compliance for October 17, 2022 for record keeping requirements. Finally, the other area that they did not meet was its economically disadvantaged federal programs. As I stated earlier, all schools that receive Title I money have to adhere to Title I requirements. They did not have their school-wide and family engagement budgets in their folder, nor did they have the student compacts in their folder, and the right to know notification letters to parents were also not in their folders. They met all of their indicators here. The recommendation, I believe, is that to the board is that eMERGE School for Autism be renewed as a Type 1 charter school. In reference to the academic performance, according to the matrix, they did not meet the expectations with a 0 to 5 performance goals met. Financial performance, they had 100% of the indicators met. And for the organizational performance, they had 89% of their indicators met. That concludes my report.
Thank you. At this time, can we please call up representatives from the eMERGE School for Autism to give a presentation to the board? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Deanna Whittle. I'm the CEO of eMERGE, and with me I have Mr. Charles Blaze, who is the president of our board. Thank you, Superintendent, for recommending that we look further into the data and that we are all on the same page. This is something that is very critical, not just for us, but for every charter in Baton Rouge. And I feel that I do need to state that we collected data, and our data shows for the goals that our lowest score was 75, and we are as high as 100. Our children are progressing. This is a data interpretation that is the concern here. And I think we need to step back, and I'm so glad, Mr. Godet, that you suggested that we meet. My suggestion is that we look at this quarterly. Let's not wait 6 months or so. Let's get on the same page. Let's work together collaboratively and truly represent the children of our community. We work closely with several schools, several charter schools, several schools that aren't in the EBR parish because to make sure children all over have a great transition, have a great school experience, because our children, the slightest change in their day can change their behavior. You'll hear from some of our parents, and you'll hear the wonderful things that our team does to help these children be successful. I'm very passionate about this, and one of the things that really upsets me is the fact that when we speak about economically disadvantaged children, that's the population we serve. 39 of 48 of our children have Medicaid. Most of them have come from a single parent home. So these children I would consider are economically disadvantaged. We want them to be successful. If our charter were not renewed, these children would not be able to have the services that we provide. Any other school, when a child has autism, what happens is they go into a classroom of 30 children, 25 children, and that's an overstimulated environment. And what happens? They become a behavior problem. The typical teacher, the school ends up sending that child home. It's happened to our children after they've transitioned to a school. We don't want that for any child. You know, we are the experts. We know what we're doing when it comes to taking care of these children. The staff that we have is incredible. Let me tell you a little bit about a couple of the children that we have. Our children come to us via a lottery, okay? And so we're not out there hand-picking kids. These kids come in, and some of them have never had the services of ABA, which is a special therapy for children with autism. They've been at home, they're with mom because they've been kicked out of daycare. Mom can't work if she doesn't have childcare. Most family members, unless it's a grandparent, really, they don't want to take care of the child because they consider them a behavior issue. These kids aren't a behavior problem. What happens is, if a child cannot communicate, well, let me ask you, what happens if you can't communicate? If you couldn't tell me how you felt, that you were hungry, that you needed to go to the restroom, you become frustrated and you act out, and you exhibit certain behaviors, you would, that other people would say, oh, I don't want to be around that individual. We don't do that with our children. We take them as they are. We teach them, if they've been at home, they've never sat in a chair, they've never sat with another group of children. We give them their voice. We are their voice until they can speak for themselves. So what we do is we find out the perfect way, the best way for that child to help them communicate. And we work with them. We work with one child who came to us last year. He had never been out of the home. We received him. He rolled around. He kicked on the floor. He kicked the walls. We had to have those repaired, and it's okay. He could not speak. He banged his head, and we said, okay, let's get together. We got to figure out what we're going to do for this family. Not just the child, it's the family. Mom and dad, you know, were beside themselves. So we work with him, and that little child, it was finding his voice for him. How could we give him the skill set to communicate? That child today, he's speaking words. He's using a talker, a device that we have, but he's actually, he's doing quite well. And we will eventually, one more year, I think, before we'll be able to transition him out to an EBR school. That's our goal, is to work with these children, transfer them to an EBR school so that they can be successful. Because I don't think that EBR, given the number of kids, could handle someone like this child. We want those child. Dr. Narcisse and I have had several conversations about the type of children that we like to see in our charter. It's not the ones that are the highest functioning. Give me the children that you may have challenges on, because we're going to take that on. That's what we're here for. So I appreciate the recommendation. Looking at the data again, I would appreciate a vote from everyone. I've spoken with many of you. You understand where our hearts are. It's with the community, with these children, and I thank you. We have some parents here who would like to share with you. Please listen. They have stories. Some have stories of they were in other school systems that did not want their children. They were in daycare, so they were kicked out. You won't have a child kicked out of Emerge. We're going to work with them. We're going to help them be successful because we love them and their families. So thank you all.
And just to make one comment, a lot of the public comments that have come in, you'll see when you read the cards, will say they oppose the recommendation. We don't oppose the recommendations as it's been changed. So I just wanted to say that when you read that. And thank you, guys.
Thank you all. Before I go to board comment, I would like to go to legal for an update because we are now almost at 8:50, and policy provides that when we make it to 8:50 that we will have to do a vote to do an extension because I don't think we're going to get through in enough time at the 9 o'clock hour. So at this time, I'll allow legal to give further
Since time is of the essence, I'll be quick. Motion, we'll have to entertain a motion from a board member to extend the meeting by 30 minutes, followed by a second. We'll take public comment. We'll take public comment at the reduced time quickly to get through, and once there's an affirmative vote, we'll go until 9:30. Unanimous consent is required. For the entire board has to agree.
Yes. All right. So do we have a motion? All right. Second, Madam, I'm sorry. We have to go to board comment. Anybody from the board need to speak on this item? Go to public comment. I'm sorry. Yes, public comment. Anyone in the public wants to speak on this item? Thank you. Back to the board. Ms. Caranda, just for the record, we're not speaking on any item. We're only speaking to
on extending the meeting.
Yes.
I tell you, I pay attention. I ain't stupid. I'm very smart. Look, I agree. We should definitely extend the meeting, but for how many minutes? Because y'all have a lot of people that's going to speak for it, and I'm quite sure you have some that's going to speak in opposition. So the only thing I ask is that your motion actually state how long we're extending it to and how many minutes the public will actually have for comment, for public comment. That's the only thing I ask for. Thank you.
So again, the motion is to extend the meeting till 9:30. Public comment would be for 1 minute. Board comment would be for 2. Is that understood by our board members? Okay. Madam Secretary, please call for the vote. The maker was Mr. Patrick Martin. The second was Board Member Gode.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Yes, thank you, Madam Secretary. This time we'll now have an extension of our board meeting. We'll now continue as followed. First in the queue for board comment is going to be School Board Member Katie Kennison.
I have a whole lot to say about this, but given it's late, I'm going to try to keep it concise. And part of me, I'm a little overwhelmed by this whole situation because it all comes at us pretty quickly. In reference to that statement, it should be known that we didn't receive any information about any of these schools until Friday afternoon. And I mean nothing. So to the point of Emerge, I think Emerge is a beautiful example of what a charter school is, what charters are here for, what they're meant to do. They're meant to fill the needs for kids that aren't necessarily being met in the regular public system. The public outcry has been tremendous. Like, if I had to count my emails, it might be every single parent. I'm not sure. And you guys are obviously doing a remarkable job. When it comes to the academic, the grading system, and how Dr. Narcisse was talking about we need to look in the contract. Well, I looked in the contract, and there actually is mention of using similar data tracking system, and it specifically mentions in 2 of the 5 measures the TS Gold system that you guys use. So there's no reason for the percentages that you saw in that evaluation. Those are moot. That's not the rubric that's needed for your population. You have a special population that requires special measurements. And it's literally in the contract that they can use TS Gold for these measurements. I'm only finding this out like this afternoon because we don't get fed a lot of information, but I'm not sure if that beep means I'm done. But so given that if we use the TS Gold measuring like data system, they meet all the requirements. Like by far, we're sitting, I don't know what we're doing here. We're sitting here renewing these charters for failing schools. I'm really unsure of why we're here doing this, but this school is actually helping kids. We're serving kids in ways that are really, really needed, and they're benefiting. And it's
going to be time. I'm sorry.
All right,
School Board Member
I'm
Kennison.
done. Thank you.
Next up, we have Board Member Patrick Martin.
Thank you. I second many of Ms. Kennison's comments. It's unfortunate that for a whole slew of reasons, we weren't able to have data before now, partly because we just took office January 5th, partly because of, I think, some of the underlying challenges that we discussed before that I know the superintendent and his staff have been working very, very hard on, and I think will be helped very much by Mr. Goday's suggestion that we work over until April with all the charters to really improve the reporting system and clear up some of these misunderstandings and miscommunications that there may be out there. With that, I just want to note that Emerge is providing a wonderful, valuable service to our community. As Ms. Whittle noted, I think it's particularly important that this particular population of children is very sensitive to change and disruption. And so, I gave serious consideration to seconding Ms. Kennison's 5-year motion simply because of that. But I think 3 years is, while we clarify everything and get it straight, is an appropriate amount. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Martin. Next up, we have Board Member Nathan Russ.
I just want to state that I'm in support of this motion, and I want to applaud Ms. Kennison's support of this school in her attempt to see their further success. But I personally, I'm in support of a motion of a 3-year renewal because I want to ensure as a board member during my term, whether I'm here for another or not, that we work with you through these next 3 years to address the problem that we have before us and ensure that you come before us in another 3 years bringing success to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Russ. Next, School Board Member Cliff Lewis.
I support the 3-year renewal just as well. 2 years ago, I saw a young lady walk across the stage at the high school I worked at who was autistic. And that was one of the highlights of my working in high school, was to be able to fist bump the young lady when she came by. So is something that we need to do. It's a very special population. Thank you.
Thank you, School Board Member Lewis. Next, School Board Member Michael Gode.
Yes, I'll also be very quick. Emerge is in my district, and I think I've worked very closely with Emerge from the get-go and getting it started. And, you know, one of the things that I really want to see is for us to really get alignment on how we're going to measure and how we're going to score. Because I'm not trying to take sides on anything and any of this. I think our staff did what they were given the task to do, and you guys are doing what you're giving the task to do. And I think both of them are out operating in very good faith and doing things as best as they can. So I look at this as a chance to reaffirm what you're doing, but also to lay a better foundation for the future so that we and everyone else can appreciate the progress that's being made. So I hope it's taken in that vein. And I would be remiss if I didn't add, yes, you do treat a special population, but we have a lot more autistic kids than are just in your school. And so EBR has a lot of kids that we're treating and doing that. So I just didn't want that to go by the wayside, because I know we have many teachers and staff and therapists amongst EBR that are working with critical autistic children in the same manner. So I didn't want them to feel like they were being slighted in any way, because it takes everyone working. This is a group of kids that need all the help they can get. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, School Board Member Gode. Next, I put myself inside of the queue, and I'll be very fast myself. The very first thing I'll say is that I want to thank Emerge for all of the amazing work that they do, given the special population of students that you deal with every single day. I have a very, very close family member inside of my own family who deals with autism every single day, so I understand what that is, what it feels like, and what it looks like. And as much as we can support you, we absolutely will. Now I'll pivot to the comments made by School Board Member Katie Kennerson. I appreciate all of the amazing work that we do as a school system, all of the amazing work that our staff members do, the immense amount of time that you put into trying to get the information out to our board members and to our general public as a whole. But what I will say, as being board president, that I feel her sentiments and understanding that it is unacceptable that we have new board members and that information is given to them to make an important vote literally a few days before they receive the information. That, to me, again, is unacceptable. And what I'm going to do as the board president is to ensure that we're pushing everyone to get that information, not only to our board members, but to our public as a whole, because these votes are too critical and our students are too important. So I'll just end there. And next, I will go to the public for public comment. First, to the mic, we have Ms. Tanisha Woods, followed by Teresa Bond.
Good evening. I am Tanisha Woods. I am the ABA director at the Emerge Center. I do want to just talk about measurement, because as a board certified behavior analyst, that's all we do is measure, measure, measure. We had the opportunity, actually I just started, so it'll be a year next month, but I have been working with our principal, and we have been able to kind of mirror developmental. So we use the VB map, that's like a milestones, those developmental milestones that we're wanting our kids to meet. And then we've also, I guess you want to say, mirrored it or marriage kind of with the TS goal. So what we were looking at is pretty much making sure that our kids are in classrooms with kids that will kind of challenge them. So then all of our kids are successful. So we did actually do that this year, and I'm excited to basically work with you and kind of give you an understanding of how we basically bridge that gap. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bond?
Hi, good evening. My name is Sharissa Bond. I am a board certified behavior analyst working with Emerge School. And I'm not going to talk to you as a BCBA right now. I'm going to talk to you as a parent. I have 4 kids, 3 of whom are on the spectrum in some capacity. Unfortunately, when my kids were young enough to attend an Emerge school, there was no provision for that. There were no insurance provisions for it. I wasn't able to get my kids services. This school, I've seen the changes that happen in these kids. they are growing so tremendously. And the data aside, what we're doing matters. It matters to the parents, it matters to the kids, it matters to us, it makes us feel better. So I am pleading with you to keep this school open for as long as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bond. Next, we have Ms. Maria Harmon, followed by Ms. Deanna Whittle. Okay, thank you, Ms. Harmon. Ms. Whittle waves. Next, we have Mr. Charles Blaze. Okay. Mr. John Whitworth, followed by Ms. Ashley Austin.
Evening, everybody. I'm Dr. John Whitworth, but my most important title is one of Dad, and I am so proud of. I said I wouldn't do this. You know, for me, I'm Louisiana native. When we got our autism diagnosis, we were in Florida, and really there was no other system out there right now that really addresses the need of continuous care mixed with high academic achievement. Believe me, I've looked. So really, continue to Emerge, and I would even challenge this board to grow Emerge. It provides a valuable service for kids all across the district. And you guys are one of the only places that actually has that. So be proud of Emerge, be proud of this school, and really let's grow this moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Whitworth. Ms. Ashley Austin. Ms. Austin. Okay, moving along, we have Ms. Karonda Corley.
So my child with autism is running in the lobby because we're talking about children with autism and children being on the spectrum. And I think each and every board member has had the pleasure of meeting my child with autism. Just in case you hadn't noticed, I always keep on that I'm an autism mom because I'm proud of that title. And Ms. Deanna Whittle, when she first met me, she said my child looked like he had autism, but that's an invisible diagnosis because autism is a neurocognitive impairment. So you can't look at somebody and say that they have autism because you can't look at them and diagnose them. You have to do a DSM-5 study. You have to do a lot of assessments, but looking is not one of them. So when we talk about this school, this segregated school that discriminates on children with autism, that have them in a segregated setting, that only select them by a lottery, you're excluding children that are socioeconomic disadvantaged, children that are English language learners, children that may not be able to get there. They don't have buses. I did public records requests.
I'm
they
sorry,
don't
Mr.
do
Carter,
buses,
this time.
and they don't do a lot of other things. It's a federal violation, and they violate IDEA every single day.
That's time, Ms. Corley, I'm
So
sorry.
please bring it back.
Ms.
Just one,
Corley, that's time, I'm
yes,
sorry.
sir. Just one recommendation. Let's have a meeting with the parents from
Okay, Ms. Corley,
that
that's time.
school
To
and the
remain
parents
orderly,
that
I'm
come
going to
in.
ask you to please not speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corley, I appreciate it. Next, we have Ms. Brandy Melissa, I'm sorry, followed by Ms. Fairleigh Jackson.
Hey y'all, I'm Brandy. I live in, actually on Brightside, not too far from Emerge. I'm in Goldays District apparently. About to be 40 years old, but this is my brain scan from 2020. My mom was told to terminate her pregnancy, which she was eventually forced to do because domestic violence didn't end my life. And I have a medical rap sheet that I should have been a vegetable. I couldn't do anything for the first few years of my life but lay on a blanket and gargle. I'm an alumni of Estruma or Roberts University, and when I'm not here, I'm passing laws at the legislature for adults and kids who can't speak for themselves. So don't give up. I'm gonna be quick. I was mainstreamed. Started off in special ed. When I completed a STRUMA, I was an all-honor student, and you're right. With my medical situations, EBR, more than the parish I came from, bent over backwards from the time I got here in kindergarten at Mayfair to the time I walked out of a STRUMA. And I had an act passed in this legislative session. The Eating Disorder Act that y'all were asked about is named after me. So I want to let the parents know, no matter what your doctors say about your kids, don't give up, because my mom was given the worst, and here I am. And yesterday I was even speaking up for kids who have been sexually abused. And I'm not shutting up anytime soon. So if y'all ever need anything, I'm right down the street. Everybody knows how to get in touch with me. Don't hesitate. Thank you. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you, Ms. Melissa. Next, Ms. Fairleigh Jackson.
May I read?
Okay,
for
Ms.
her?
Fairleigh Jackson is now left out of the room. Next, we have Ms. Christina Paré, followed by Ms. Brittany Moval. I'm sorry.
Good evening, board. I want you to know who my child is. He is my superhero. At 6 months, 8 months, he would say, "Mine, Dad." And he started regression. At 3 years old, my son would look straight through us like he saw nobody. He wouldn't talk. He would only eat honey buns and drink little fruit punches. That's all he would eat every day. That was his lunch at daycare. He would not eat. We got him tested, and Emerge Center accepted my child. At the age of 6, he can count to 10. He can write his name on a piece of paper. He just got a puppy for Christmas, and I don't like the dog. However, my son cleans up behind his dog. This dog is now a part of our family. He would not go anywhere because he has motivated my son to accept everyday living and do things for himself that we never thought he would ever do. And I credit that to the Emerge Center, and I support them 150%. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brittany Moval.
Good evening, everybody. I'm just going to read my email. My name is Brittany Morrell. My son Brent is currently considered to be in the 2nd grade level at the Emerge School for Autism. Our journey at the Emerge Center began, and then from there we went to the school. But prior to all of that, we attended daycare at Broadmoor Baptist Preschool. My son was diagnosed with autism in March of 2017. I'll never forget that month and that year. When he was diagnosed with severe autism, we were kicked out of daycare due to his behaviors and their lack of ability to handle my child, which led us to Emerge Center and our therapies, and our journey began in April of 17. We experienced his being in the EBRP school system when he attended South Downs for October 2017 to May of 2019. During those 2 years at South Downs, he exhibited extreme aggressive behaviors and elopement. I had requested basically a behavior plan, and Emerge provided by his ABA therapist. They had tried to share with South Downs, but they refused to follow it. I'm gonna wrap it up. Basically, I support Emerge 100%, and I would like for them to grow, because my child is still trying to succeed, and we have challenges every day we are working on. And there's no school that is gonna meet my baby's needs ever. And that's where we are, because he is incontinent, he doesn't talk, he uses a talker more than he can say words. But at the end of the day, we've already been failed. Why should I try that again when I've already had that? But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Tad Doncier, followed by Ms. Amy Chapman.
Good evening. My name is Ted DeSaulnier, and 2 years ago, I stood in front of this group to fight for Emerge and do my best to put into words how much the community needs a school like this. I am Ian's dad, and 2 years later, he's a foot taller and 20 pounds heavier. Today, Ian walks into school independently. He buckles himself into the car independently. He asks for his iPod and his headphones when he wants them. He hooks them up to the charger. When the battery dies, he requests exactly what he wants to eat or where he wants to go without the use of an AAC device. He has recently started to help cook his food with his mom and I when we aren't moving fast enough. He continues to build his vocabulary every day and is now working on building basic math skills. His attention span has improved drastically, his independence is skyrocketing, and his growth in therapy and school is something his mom and I always hoped we would see happen. Emerge has given us this gift. Ian will be transitioning out of the school at the end of the year, and the word transitioning 2 years ago brought tears to our eyes. We were not prepared for something like that. The word transitioning today brings a smile and joy to our world. Ian has grown so much, he is ready for new environment and new challenges. Emerge is an incredible place. I can't explain what it's done for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Chapman?
Hi, my name's Amy. I'm an Emerge mom. My son is 6. His name is Kane. He was diagnosed at 2.5. We've been at Emerge since 2020 at the center and now in the school. And since we've started the school, he uses his AAC device, which we call a talker, a ton more. He's learned so many new words. He's hit so many milestones just since August that I really didn't feel like he was going to hit in kindergarten, but like he's already hit them, and I didn't feel like it was going to happen at all. Sorry. And I just support Emerge and the whole concept, the school, everything 1,000%. Like, there's really nowhere for our babies to go that we feel safe and that we can trust the people and know that they're not going to be bullied or anything happen to them while they're there. And it's a big thing for a child with autism to trust somebody and feel safe. And not one day has Kane not wanted to get out of the car to go to school or to the center or anything. You don't see any of the kids that don't want to get out. They all love it, and the staff and teachers are just amazing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. At this time, Mr. Ken Campbell, is he still inside of the room? Okay. He's in opposition to the original motion. He's in opposition to the original recommendation, I'm sorry. At this time, seeing no further comment cards, no one else to speak from the public, we will go back to the board. Are there any public comments from the board? I'll just be really fast myself. I think hearing everything from our superintendent and also from our board members tonight, no one, I think, is in opposition to what we see or what we need from Emerge. I think the bigger picture here is making sure that we get better delivery of services for the special population of students. And as I said before, as much as we can support the Emerge families, students, and the school members, we absolutely will. So at that time, I'll stop there and I will deflect to our secretary. Please call for the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. At this time, I ask that our Madam Vice President, Ms. Carla Powell, please make the announcement of the meetings.
Point of personal privilege before I begin the announcements. I would just like to say thank you to our interpreters. I'm sure that they have had some extreme opportunities to, if they haven't already, to spell out some names and some more names and some more names. So thank you guys so much for helping us tonight. Our announcements of meetings. Committee of the Whole is to be held on February 2nd, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. Regular board meeting is to be held on February.
Being able to handle them in a very professional manner. And I also want to thank our president for doing a very good job of conducting the meeting and keeping things rolling. I think this is a good example of how we can operate in conjunction with the public and everyone else to really get the business of the kids done. So I just didn't want it to go without being said. So thank you.
Thank you. And as always, our tradition is, Mr. Gode, could you please give us a motion to adjourn? So moved. Meeting adjourned. Thank you. you.